Well, hello everyone. How are you all doing on this fine Saturday? Welcome into the RWBY OC stream. How's everyone doing? Velvet, hello. Nix, hi. Magus, Recruit, Chaos, hello. Val, thank you for the 28 months. Thank you. Rose, hi. Yeah, early stream today. Black Sheep, Bloody, hello. Alex, hey. Did not prepare for this. It's okay. We'll be live for about like 4 or 5 hours, I'm anticipating. So should have enough time. We'll see. And Chaos, thank you for the 28 months, over 2 years. Yeah, I've been here for a while, and I'm probably gonna be here for a while longer. A long while longer. Ved, hello. King of Blue Flames. Can't stay, but I've got letting you about your taxes. I'm having a good time. Oh, got a meeting about your taxes. Yeah. Taxes are not fun. Making your birthday cake while you stream. Happy birthday, cats. Why are you making your own birthday cake? Isn't that backwards? Shouldn't someone else be making that cake for you? Only here for a few minutes. Want to say hi before you head off? Oh, it's a D&D. Have fun, Daisy. Hope it goes well. Glad you were able to stop by. Fable Draconian, hello. 69 stream streak. Nice, Alex. And yes, the kitty has joined us from the very beginning. Nathan, hello. How are you? Mangrove, hey. Go right now, because I got to make it. You have your OCs ready, you think? Okay, well, we'll see. There's always other OC streams as well, so no worries. And 20 stream streak. Nice, Daisy. The streak has been kept up. Okay. Not sure if we're going to write something or see if donate a few pages for views. Yeah, either way. Hopefully we make up the most of feathers to submit Grim ideas. Yeah, Grim ideas that we haven't had. I think we might have had like 1 or 2 Grim submissions before, but it's always interesting to see more Grim be submitted. Kitty's rightful place in the shot. That is exactly why I have the camera shifted over, specifically so he can be perched on screen. Galax, hello. 2 OCs for this stream, all right? Nice. He'll be the judge of the OCs. I don't know how much he can actually comprehend about the RWBY series to be an accurate judge. Did say we redeemed for Galax? Well, yes, they did. 150k. Wow, Mangrove. They have too much Lego? Nah, there's no such thing. There's no such thing. 7k points. Let's hopefully get lucky. I think you'll be all right. 8 Alpha Grim ideas. Ooh, of like Alpha Grim of known Grim that we've already seen in the series, or new Grim that you've come up with? Under command. With only one goal in mind, I see. I don't know the reference. I don't know the 150k reference. But 20 stream streak. Nice, Magus. One could say it is epic. Is it now? Yes, of Grim receiving a RWBY. Okay. Interesting. Well, just a review for everyone. If you are submitting OCs or intend to submit OCs today, I've pinned the little description at the top of stream, but to go over it briefly now, it costs 20,000 channel points for 1 page of writing, whether that be character descriptions, semblances, actual story ideas, Grim ideas, whatever it may be. 20,000 channel points for 1 page of OC description. Artwork, that's free to submit. You can submit, as much as you want of it within reason. So like, 3, 4, 5 pages. But if you submit like 10, 20 pages of artwork, that's a lot to go through. But the descriptions, you do want to have them submitted as PDF or Word documents, because those I can open on my end and they will not be able to be edited while stream is open. I trust most people, but you never know. People can do funny things, so just to avoid any of that risk, has to be submitted as a Word document or PDF. Now you might be asking, how do you submit? Well, once we are all ready, I will open the redeems or make the redeem available on Twitch. When you redeem any number of pages for multiples of 20,000 points, all I'm going to do at the beginning is open up 10 redeems, so just to make sure that everyone who does redeem will be here when their OCs is reviewed. But once you submit, then on the Discord server, I will also make available the OC Review submissions channel. In that channel, you will post the number of pages that you have redeemed and any artwork that you want reviewed along with it. That way, any of the mods and other people or any of the mods can look over it and make sure that it's a-okay. I'll be able to look over it on my end on stream before opening it here, and then we will go over it on stream. Yes, artworks are free to be included. Yeah. All right. Hopefully that covers everything. And there are some specifications. No getting finicky with the Word documents and PDF documents. You know, you just keep the font standard. Keep the margins standard as well. We don't want packing in too much information because that's just not fun to look at for anyone on stream. Just a giant wall of text. And it's not fun for me to read over either when it's, you know, my eyes are starting to bleed. Stream's laggy on your end? Oh no. Is it on everyone's end, or is it just... Does non-canon count? Yeah. Canon, like alternate universe, canon, either way. Both are absolutely fine. It's just make sure to specify when you're submitting, like in the header of the document, whether it's for alternate universe or canon, so, you know, we know what to actually be critical about. Yeah. Has to be RWBY related. Yes, that is. I'm a RWBY YouTuber mainly, and you know, RWBY universe is what we're talking about. 108k feathers, so I can donate some pages to charity. Yeah, absolutely, you can. Yeah, because it does have to be RWBY OC, because it's the one that I have knowledge about, and I don't know. I can't really review it if it's for a universe or a set of rule sets or the series that I don't know, unfortunately. Yeah. But, because, you know, can't really help with balancing. Those boxes have been there for years, Alex. Only need 2.5k feathers. You'll probably be able to get that during this stream. How strict are you on spacing? The past I used normal spacing, gave paragraph breaks so it's easier to read. This was one page with 1.5 spacing though. Harder to read? Did I specify spacing? 1.5 lines with normal margins. I didn't specify spacing. Ideally, not crunching it in, like... As long as it's not too bad, it should be okay, but, you know. No, the tower box has just grown. It's been this size for well over a year. I can guarantee that. Yeah, I'm okay with what you did before. This has been a long time coming. Ah, I see. And you like 10k? Well, I don't think 10k will be able to be achieved within this stream, but gotta go now. All right, see you, Daisy. Thank you for joining in. You have more cards to collect. These aren't cards. These boxes here are not cards. It's trauma team related. Ah, I see. I see. Well, you had a King Kai's Planet a year ago. Is it the anniversary? Oh. Well, yeah. Take the opportunity to learn? Yeah. Alright. So, first thing I will do is permissions. Okay. So now the OC submissions channel should be viewable by everyone. And now I will start off by adding the channel point redeem. Let's go here, do that, edit this. Go there. Let's go there for now. Okay. So I imagine the first 10 slots might be a little bit competitive, but if you aren't able to redeem all that you want to redeem, let me know, and we can hold yours to the end. When we increase the number, then, you know, we can work with things. But we'll go with that. And now the OC Redeem, the review/help should be available. And here we go. So also C-Doc is like 3 pages. Need 60k if I want to spend one of your OCs. Ooh. Alright. Nyx, Fabled Draconian, Bloody, Cats, Recruit, Magus, Cats again. Yep, first 10 slots are going quick. Cats again. Alright. Eager people indeed. Cat's got a whole team in there. 4 pages. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. Okay. Perfect. So Nyx was first, and Fabled Draconian got spot number 10. Okay, that's the first 10 that are done. You use Google Docs. Able to do PDF with Docs? Yes. If you have everything in a Google document, you should be able to print the Google document. And when you click print, it should give you the option. Instead of selecting a printer, you can select save as PDF. And you should easily be able to do that. It makes a PDF file, then you can drop that in Discord. We come back with actual characters. All right, see you, Recruit. But you have a redeem. So does Charity? Ah, someone who's done it. Okay. I mean, you might want to specify who that's for, because I think there's a few people who want to redeem but don't have the points. Might want to be specific with that. Someone redeemed for Galax? Recruit? Were you the one redeeming for Galax? Oh, Magus redeemed for Galax. Okay. Okay, Magus redeemed for Galax. Sure. Okay, and Kimiko, you're having your OC sponsored by someone else as well. Okay. All right, well, we'll start with Nyx's, because Nyx was first. Sponsored by Cats. Ah, okay. Kimiko, yours is sponsored by Cats. Okay. So you have the whole team in there then. Okay. Let's start with Nyx's team. Go here. 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 I know people here. I trust your judgment. Okay. Well. Yep, I'm smashed. Okay. Sounds good. Learning everyone's... What? I'm curious. Why do people choose, like, different names for, like, Twitch, different names for Discord, different names for everything? It's fine having different names. It's just... I would get confused with myself remembering, like, my different logins if I had different names. I don't know how y'all do it. Okay, so we can go here, then go here. Perfect. Yeah. Cool. There we go. Good to go. Now we can go here. Trying to get all your stuff in one name. I see. Some names are taken. That's true. That's fair. Twitch name a long time ago. Didn't want to use Smash. Just never changed it since never really used Twitch. Makes sense. Okay. That's fair. Keep the constant of rail being in your name. Runs later and change it. That, yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's actually the same except the underscore. And for me, my Discord and Twitch are the same except for the 7 at the end. And that's the only reason the 7 exists is because the names are already taken. All right, so Nyx's character for the Atlas AU. This guy and the rest of Team Atlas are the AU team. And the rest of them are AU. Yeah, we have to make sure because I have a feeling the power balance may not exactly line up with Canon RWBY. But that's good to know starting out. Theodore Fontaine, 43, male. Mountain Hare Faunus. What's the Faunus trait? Bunny ears? Or does it... It might say in the backstory. The smartest member of Team Atlas. He's their dust specialist. His illusions are Napoleon Bonaparte and Blackbeard. I'm gonna guess he's maybe not on the protagonist's side. Long brown hair and rabbit ears. Okay, asked and answered. He's got a metal arm, which he obtained after an attempt on his life took his left arm. Okay, so not from Grimm. Nowadays, he's a fisherman in menagerie. He's the father of Belle Fontaine and Alison Fontaine. Okay. The wabbit ears. Canonically a Frenchman. Is Blackbeard a Frenchman as well? Nimble Cloud is the semblance. Theodore's semblance allows him to use his aura to take a consistency similar to smoke, then become reflective to make him invisible. Interesting. However, even while this is active, he can still be heard, smelled, sensed, and hurt by others. So when he's invisible to sight, he's still there. He's still tangible. Okay, so essentially it's like May Marigold's semblance, except instead of like creating a field around himself, it's a cloud? If his aura takes the consistency of smoke, though, isn't his own vision blocked by it then? If I ever assume it's AU, you'll have to specify in the document. But yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, weapon is Antoinette. Theodore's weapon of choice is a rapier with a flintlock pistol for the handle, giving it a curved feature. Okay, Count Dooku's lightsaber. Makes sense. And utilizes gravity dust. Okay. Interesting. So with the invisibility semblance, so it does. He's developed ways to see through his own semblance. How? Like more through aura sensing and things like that. Because you definitely want to see the enemy to be able to, shoot them with a flintlock, because it's a flintlock. You only get one shot before you got to reload it. Or manipulate them with gravity dust. Or sensing and stuff like that. Okay, makes sense. Born in Vale. Okay, but resides in Menagerie now. Born in Vale to a nobleman and Maria Fontaine, the daughter of a notorious criminal, Neuro Fontaine. So he's born between a nobleman and the daughter of a notorious criminal. Forbidden love. Theodore was abandoned when he was a year old. The unwanted child, perhaps? However, he was found by Damia, who's a whole other can of worms. Okay, so don't worry about that right now. Who raised him and sent him to Shade Academy for his safety. Born in Vale, went to Shade, currently resides in Menagerie. Guy's been through a lot. During his time there, and a decent chunk of his adult life, he'd worked on his greatest invention, nanomachines. I see where the alternate universe is coming in here. However, it's worth noting that his nanomachines are incomplete. With this new technology in hand, he'd go on to form the Crimson Talon Pirates, which he'd run for 12 years before stepping down. How are the nanomachines used for pirating? Mr. Worldwide, yeah. Ash Winters, hello, how are you? And I'm guessing the nanomachines, would he be able to use those? Since it is alternate universe, you could get pretty interesting with nanomachines and aura. Granted, it doesn't really play into the semblance, but if you had a semblance, and this is just getting my brain running, if you had a semblance that you could pulse your aura through technology and kind of create a connection to that technology, then the nanomachines can become very useful for aura sensory capabilities. Granted, it have limited range, but it would increase the range beyond what most people would be capable of. Also, your OC is connected to Nyx's OC. Okay, so it would make sense to you do your OC after this, Galax. Okay. Nanomachine, son. I've heard the reference before. I don't know where that's from. Mainly enhancing the ships. Using them to create a dust fusion reactor that powers its ships. Okay. I'm not too familiar with nanomachines and their theoretical capabilities. How exactly would nanomachines specifically help create a fusion reactor? Is that, like, are they better capable at handling, like, volatile compounds? Are they better at creating, like, structural integrity? I'm guessing this is, some of the inspiration has been taken from other forms of media and other stories that exist that have incorporated nanomachines in some way, shape, or form. It's just I'm not familiar with them. UNIX plans this? I see. The better at handling and maintaining the dust. What makes them better at handling and maintaining dust, though? Like, what is it about them? Rather than, like, because you're able to control the nanomachines as kind of, they're the things that are actually moving the dust around and combining the things rather than someone else having to do it. Okay, I think I understand. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance? Is that deals with nanomachines? I mean, it has metal in the name, so it makes sense. Yeah, what you're saying. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. So he'd run a... So he was a notorious pirate for 12 years. I'm guessing had a number of run-ins with law enforcement. I was going to say the Atlas military. It just depends on where he's pirating. If it's around Vacuo and Vale, then Atlas military may not be that involved. But given the names that he's the father of Belle and Allison Fontaine, I'm guessing Allison is part of Team Atlas, but Belle is not. So if, considering they formed a team afterwards, how do the children approve, or what do the children think of their father's illegal activity? Nanomachines being tiny are able to operate with a level of accuracy we can't manage by larger robots. Makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, neither of them are part of Team Atlas. Okay. Interesting. I wrongly assumed because the first name started with an A and same letter as the Team Atlas. Okay. But, alright. Cool. Yeah, I think that works. Interesting. So for the weapon, uses gravity dust. Now, the flintlock pistol being combined with the rapier. Do you prefer it combined with the rapier, or do you want it something separate? Because it seems... I understand how it could function. I think it might function better separately, would it not? I'm sure his kids don't end up like him. Ah, okay. So he wasn't exactly a fan of the pirating life. It's just what he ended up in due to circumstances, I presume. Imagining gun swords from Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed had gun swords? Huh. You prefer it being combined with a rapier? Yes? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. Honestly. Interesting character. The fact that he's developed nanomachines. Now... He went to school, again, born in Vale, went to school in Vacuo, and now lives in Menagerie. Where did he develop these nanomachines? Because that seems like a invention that would almost certainly have to come from Atlas, given the technological advancements that they make in Atlas and the technology that's available there. Vacuo does not have that. A globetrotter indeed, yeah. Circumstances forced his hand. The Black Flag it did. Oh, okay. Assassin's Creed 3. smuggling, ordering tech from Atlas, but you'd need a facility to be able to develop nanomachines. Unless he's quite literally Tony Stark building the first, you know, Iron Man suit, like Mark Zero or whatever, in a cave when he's been kidnapped out of stolen technology. But to develop something as fine-tuned as nanomachines, I don't know if there'd be a facility in Vacuo that could accommodate that. Granted, alternate universe, you could have him spend years building one, but even with that... Val! Thank you for the 500 bits! Thank you, I appreciate it. Screamcat passing in a train? But he's so sleepy. Why would you scream and wake him up? Hey, Tony Stark that shit? Okay. Well, okay, so I had the reference right then. But I said it took him well into his adult life. I mean, he's 43 currently. He spent 12 years as a pirate, so presumably he was able to accomplish this by the age of 31. So... because the pirates would mostly be out at sea, and if he's doing the technological advances on a pirate ship, then I don't know. Granted, since it's alternate universe, so you could kind of increase the technological availability throughout the world. As far as we've seen as sailing vessels, we've only had one shown in the RWBY series, and the highest form of technology that they had was a massive cannon. So... you know. Building a ship with a bunch of scraps. Atlas, maybe. Yeah. Pirates historically were fairly crafty. I mean, after the War of the Spanish Succession. Some of the modern world is possible. How long it'd be before the Atlas comes to cleans house? Another question. Maybe operate land bases. Another reason the ships have to clear hulls clean, especially pirate ships. Yeah, that's true. Took him 13 years, and yes, tech level in Atlas is higher than that in canon. Okay. That makes sense. The pretty much requirement. But yeah, okay. I understand. Yeah. Makes sense. Is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on, or anything else for EuroC, or do you want me to move on to Galaxy since it kind of ties into this as well? Unless you have any more questions? No, I think I've covered most of it. Asked what I wanted to on the semblance, and a lot of questions on the nanotech, I'll be honest. But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything that I wanted to ask. Though, now that he's a fisherman in Menagerie, has he given up on nanotechnology then? Because presumably, again, his lab would be in Vacuo, where he developed everything, and now if he's in Menagerie, just as a fisherman, he's not working on that anymore? Has he passed it on to his kids, or... you know... you guys have offshoot labs? I guess, but they wouldn't have them in Vacuo, though, because, at least in canon, things could be different in AU. They've stripped Vacuo of everything that they would want. They took pretty much all of their dust resources, left most of it as a desert. They wouldn't have any need to put a lab there. Pass it on to his kids. Okay. So they've continued the pirating life. I see. The grand beginning of the Vacuan Empire. God, we're going back to what was introduced in Before the Dawn. Jax Asturias thinking that he's the rightful king of Vacuo, and... that entire plot line. Passes nanomachines onto his kids. But if the nanomachines were used in the pirate armada to, you know, help it function, and the pirate ship was kind of built with nanomachines in mind to help the reactor, they kind of need those nanomachine technology to keep going. So the pirates are either going to come after him or his kids to get that technology to keep themselves functioning. No? The pirate's life for me. AC foragers intensify. Off to the grand kind. I think you mean the grand line. Next, without the nanomachines, eventually when something breaks down, they're going to need a nanomachine expert to fix it. I think your autocorrect is really hurting you there, there, Ved. It's saying Lind instead of line. Okay. Cursed autocorrect, yeah. I swear, when the technological uprising happens, it's autocorrect that's leading the charge. They've been messing with humanity for years. I swear. Once they start implementing more AI into it, we're screwed. We're done. Everyone's words are going to be misinterpreted. We would improve the nanotech she was given, but that's a story for another day. Alright. Alright, in that case then, I will think we can move on to Galaxy's OC next because it ties directly into this one. Someone needs to maintain the tech cult Mechanicus in question. I see. Curse of Auto would be upon you. Yeah. No, I can't spell. I don't know. That seems like an autocorrect thing. Okay, so Nix's has been done. And then USC. Okay, yeah. Asuna Fontaine. Considering the same name, same family name as Theodore Fontaine, yeah, I'd say they're pretty connected. Signal the light bulb so it works when we change it? Or nano machines in this case? Huh. Okay. So, Asuna Fontaine. Mountain Hair Faunus. Okay. 2 rabbit faunuses. Female, age 17. Illusion is Asuna Yuki. That's Sword Art Online Asuna, isn't it? And yet it's Theodore that fights with a rapier? Wait. Okay, rapier infused with lightning dust. Ah, okay. Yes, the lightning flash Asuna. Got it. Birthplace is Mistral. Someone's lightning flash. Okay. Similar to Ruby's, but instead of turning into petals, she turns into lightning. Yup. Got it. I understand. Okay. Asuna Fontaine is the daughter of Maria Fontaine and John Morgan Maria. And John Morgan. Okay. Punctuation. Maria became pregnant with Asuna, but before she could tell her husband, he exposed their identity as Fontaines, who are known and hated in Vale, so she left her son, Theodore, at an orphanage because he looked too much like his father. Oh. Okay. Daughter of Maria Fontaine. So she's Theodore's father? $17. Theodore. $43. There's some time jumping shenanigans here. I hope. Is Theodore's sister? Huh? Oh, pregnant with Asuna. Okay. Okay, I confused myself there. There is no punctuation in this at all. This is it is making it difficult. I'm gonna be honest. She looked much like his father, and she fled to Mistral, where a few months later she gave birth to Asuna, became a singer soon after, and became known throughout Mistral. Asuna admired her mother and started practicing singing when she turned 15. She joined her mother for her first show. Throughout the next 2 years, she would perform with her mother and would listen to stories from the huntsmen and huntresses about their battles with Grimm and the people they've saved. Hearing these stories, she begged her mother to let her enter Haven, which after weeks of begging, she agreed, and she went to Haven soon after. The first period. So she's Theodore's sister. That's a large age gap between them, plus she's born in Mistral, whereas Theodore was born in Vale? There's some connections here that I'm not connecting. So the age is for when she's at the academy. Didn't go for the current age. Ah. Okay. Haven soon. She went to Haven soon after. Where she was put onto Team Kaiser? K's? Could be a few different things. Which was made up of Kito Narusaka, the team's leader, Asuna Fontaine, team's Dus Espert, okay. Shinan Hecate, or Hecate, which pronunciation? The team's feline marksman, and Hugo Zuberg. These names. Oh, I'm going to butcher so many names. The team's rookie. Since Asuna never went to the combat academy, she never made a weapon until she attended Haven, where Shinan helped her make the lightning dust infused rapier, which she didn't name. Later that year, okay. Please, punctuation. Her team attended the Vital Festival, where she ran across fellow rabbit faunus with the same last name, named Theodore Fontaine. During the break between matches, Asuna and Theodore decided to call Maria, who told them everything about Asuna's grandfather, but the Fontaine family name. When her and Theodore being siblings. She made an oath that day that she would not end up like her grandfather, that she would remain pure and would remain on the path of good even when the last drop of blood leaves her body. So she named her weapon Blood Oath as a reminder of the promise she made that day. Okay, interesting. The first one was right for Hecate? Okay. I'm fixing it now. Pain. It's okay, I got through it. Interesting. So, producing when she turned 15, she joined her mother for the first show. So, Asuna was a singer along with her mother when she was 15. Performed with her mother, would listen to stories of the huntsman and huntress about the battles of the Grim. She begged her mother to let her enter Haven. Now, the thing is, and since this is alternate universe, you can change this, but I do want to point out that the Huntsman Academies do not let in untrained individuals. Jean, the only reason he was let in is because he faked his transcripts. You already need some precedent of combat experience to be let into the Huntsman Academies. You are flung into the initiation, thrown to fight against the Grim. If you have not been in combat at all, you're dead. So they have some practicals before they accept people's applications to go to the academies. Done enough to be sent? Yeah. Tony, hello. How are you? I'm doing well. But that's something I do want to point out. You can alter it for the alternate universe, but that's why the combat schools exist first. They go to the combat schools. That's where they learn to fight. Or there are other exceptions, like people, for example, Blake, who fought in the White Fang, didn't go to any of the combat schools, but had enough combat prowess, had enough, battle experience to make it into the academy. Jean faked his way in. So, yeah. I guess you could pay to win too? I don't know how well that would work out though. I mean, you could pay your way in, I guess, but to what end? The initiation, they're just tossing you to the wolves. On any mission, you're just going to put your team at jeopardy. Especially if it's Ozpin's school. He ain't taking that. I don't think Ironwood would take that. Leonardo Lionheart? I mean, maybe, but he's corrupt in the way that he's a coward. Unless you threaten him, I don't think your student would make it in. And I doubt Shade Academy would take anyone like that. It's like, you're throwing money at me? Great, yeah. Go have fun in the vacuo. Like, I don't at least from, again, alternate universe, things can absolutely be changed, worked with, different headmasters, different principals, hell, even different huntsman academies. But since the only remnant that I have to base my reviews off of is the remnant that we know, then work in some combat experience? Okay. Because assuming that the academies work the same way that they do, that would be necessary. She'd have to have some way to actually make it in. That's also why Rhodes was training Cinder in combat so that she could make it into the Huntsman Academies. Because the Huntsman Academies are essentially like the universities of Remnant. Combat schools are like high schools. You know, anyone makes it into high school. Colleges and universities, you have to apply and get in. The applications need to be accepted. But other than that, like, her becoming a singer, inspired to be a huntsman or huntress, if she heard those stories and then, you know, given that her mother is a singer that was known throughout Mistral, perhaps she was able to get in contact with a huntsman or huntress that would train her daughter to prepare her to go into Haven, or at least enough to get accepted. Granted, 2 years of just sparse training, it's not going to be enough to put them on par with the rest of the students, hence why she could still be known as the rookie. Something like that, maybe? Because it seems like her mother does have the connections where she would be able to do that. So that is a potential solution for it. With the Huntsman and Huntress, she listened to the stories from taught her a few things. It would have to be more than just a few things. It would have to be like some actual training lessons. She'd have to practice combat enough because, again, they do need to be able to hold their own during the initiation to some degree. They don't need to, you know, be riding around on Ursire to be able to necessarily solo a King Taijitu like Ren did, but, you know, single Beowulf shows up, I'd imagine that'd be the barrier of entry, like, hey, yeah, maybe you should be able to 1v1 a regular Beowulf. It'd have to be legitimate training. Yeah, it couldn't just be a few pointers. It'd have to be like, okay, here's a year of, like, training lessons a couple times a week at minimum, so that she'd at least know enough to hold her own and maybe get lucky to kill a Beowulf type thing, but she'd still be very green, very, you know, she'd probably have to have her aura by then. I'm pretty sure that's a prerequisite as well for getting into the Huntsman Academies, because Jean, like, Pyrrha was shocked when she heard, like, do you not know about aura? Like, Jean should not have made it in. So, you know. But I do really like the idea of doesn't know what to name her weapon until she gets inspired by that later on. Not necessarily inspired, but like, yeah. I was just said that Ospen flat out knew Jean faked it in. I think it might have been in the Volume 1 commentary. I don't think it was just explicitly stated, unless it was in an interview somewhere, but I'm pretty sure it was heavily implied just by Ozpin's reaction. Like, he saw something else in Jean, or something made him recognize perhaps the symbol on his shield being the same symbol that was on Salem's throne as it was shown in the Fable of Remnant animation, but I digress. But, yeah, that's the main thing that pops out to me, is just the experience that she'd need to be able to make it into the academy. I do find it interesting, though, that Asuna and Theodore are siblings and yet were born on two completely separate continents. What's the age difference between them? Wait, they've got to be, like, within a year of each other, since they were attended the Vital Festival tournament. So they were both in school at the same time, so they have to be very close. Born in Vale to a nobleman and Maria Fontaine. So it's the mother that's the similar parent. So she's the daughter of a notorious criminal, so she fled Vale? I'm guessing? Unknown and hated in Vale, so she left her son. Yes, okay. And fled to Mistral, where a few months later she gave birth to Asuna. Okay. Asuna was 17, Theodore was 18. Okay. Makes sense. I don't want to jump to conclusions or make assumptions. But she left her son Theodore. Right? So, you know, she found a nobleman, had a kid with this nobleman in Vale, and then fled. And given the timeline that pregnancies take, 3 months from the birth of her son, she fathers a child of good old Johnny Boy here? I have to assume that Maria and John knew each other beforehand, but she jumped ship quick. Asuna's 42 and Theodore is 43. Okay. Just trying to figure out the timeline here, because she left Theodore in Vale, and then the nobleman is John Morgan. He's the father of both of them. Oh. Okay. Well, that makes things more clear. So, okay, she had her first kid, and then was pregnant with her second one when she was found out, and then had to flee. That makes a lot more sense. That fits a lot more. John ever try to track her down? I'm assuming so. But considering she's the mother of 2 of his children. But interesting. John Maria is both. John is and Maria are both of their parents. Yeah. Makes sense. Never made a weapon until she attended Haven? I'm sure that the Huntsman Academies have repair shops for weapons. And probably ways to upgrade weapons. I don't know if they have full-on forges, though. Because, again, that might be something to consider, that she'd need some sort of weapon at the beginning, at least. Yeah. I'm assuming it's possible that they could make their weapons at Haven, or make a different weapon at the Huntsman Academies, but yeah, it's the same thing I mentioned before, that they need some experience prior to the Huntsman Academies, most likely, because they'd be starting to be sent out on missions as of their first year, and even if they in their first year they do have like an experienced huntsman with them, they're still meant to take a majority of it themselves. Yeah. Now, during the Voto Festival tournament, were they paired against each other? Is that how they came across each other? I can only imagine that if that was the case, that the announcer announcing that match would just be like, wait, there's 2 different kingdoms, 2 people with the last name Fontaine. Huh. Also, it became pregnant with Austin, but before she could tell her husband, he exposed their identity as Fontaine's. So, John, the father, exposed their identities as Fontaine's, who are known and hated in Vale. And yet Theodore, who remains in Vale... No, he gets sent to Vacuo, right. Never mind. Everything jumps all over the place. It's a lot to keep track of. If that's fought Team Stark, Austin was in the stands. Okay. Case was paired with Arcs. Okay. There's definitely a lot to keep track of in this alternate universe. For sure. A lot of moving parts. A lot of moving parts. Fodder team, basically? Okay. Interesting. Well, outside of what I've commented on, I think that's pretty much everything I have right now. Is there anything else you'd like me to specifically touch on? Have a forge of the academies in case of a real bad break. The students are at the academy. That's true. That's a good point. Like level of damage done to Gamble Shroud, for example. Yes. It's just the resources to forge entirely new weapons. The combat schools would be equipped for that because they know that every student coming in is probably going to need to forge their own weapons. Having repair kits versus the resources to forge entirely new weapons are very different. Granted, considering a lot of Huntsman academies have, they're located within the major cities of the kingdoms, and there are combat schools there with those resources. I'm sure they could just be like, hey, we've got a student whose weapon's just completely destroyed. Send them over to the combat school to forge a new weapon, that type of thing. It's possible. There's easy ways to write around it, even if the Huntsman academies don't have dedicated forges to making brand new weapons anyways. You could just be like, all right, you know what? Week off of classes, go forge your new weapon, whatever. But already have a lot to work on already with it? All right, sounds good. Thank you for sharing your OCs. There's as I mentioned, there's definitely a lot with this AU. It's a hefty project to take on. It's a hefty project to take on. Pay for replacement or something? That's the thing. As far as we're aware, the Huntsman Academies, I don't know if they're all necessarily like scholarship type thing, but the cost of it has to be quite minimal. Again, with Jean as the case in point example, he has 7 sisters. I'm certain that, well, unless he's got like unless his family's secretly rich, and that's gonna come out later that he's a rich kid like Weiss, I don't think that's the case. It would not make sense given his torn jeans and everything throughout the first couple volumes. And the fact that sweater that he wanted, he had to open, what was it, like 1,000 or something cereal boxes to get the Pumpkin Pete sweater. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's not from a wealthy family, and yet he was able to go to the Huntsman Academies. I have a feeling that the Huntsman Academies, given that huntsmen and huntresses throughout their time there are taking on missions, probably any profits from those missions get sent to the school, and that ends up being their tuition. For the most part, at least. So, how much it costs to afford that much cereal? Just food for thought. Also food for thought, given how Jean forged a transcript to get into the school, we know he's not above breaking the law. Why do you think he paid for those cereal boxes? He could have just went to the store, ran down a whole shelf, just ripped the tops off of the cereal boxes, and ran out of there before the store clerk could get them, and then just mailed them all off. Didn't cost him a dime. Single yen. Nothing. Huntsman Academies, in my opinion, are not paid. No tuition. I'd imagine they'd have some tuition, but makes little sense. They have to have some form of profits. Granted, they could also be government funded as well, considering that huntsmen and huntresses are the major line of defense for most of the kingdoms. But Jean is a menace. Yes, he is. I doubt how much considering their whole situation. That's true. That's very true as well. They're both orphans. Makes sense to have huntsman students who are vital to the survival of Handmaid to pay to become part of the most important people in the world. Yes. Yeah, government funded would make sense. Government funded as well as funded by the missions that they're taking on. But yeah, with that being said, I think we should probably move on to the next character, just to keep things relatively paced, because we've been in stream for almost an hour now, and we've gone through 2 characters so far. So, thank you for sharing your characters, and yeah, next in line. I think Fabled is next? Yes, Fabled Draconian is next, and Fabled you redeemed twice, so... we will go with that. But yeah, thank you, Nyx and Galax, for sharing your characters. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Okay, Fabled Draconian, 2 OCs in this document. Okie dokie. Yes, buddy. Oh, you little stretch. Okay. Let's see here. We can go. The boss can handle any more spelling mistakes. Last nervous. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, I should be fine. Spelling mistakes are fine. It's when there's no punctuation and it's just like one long sentence that it becomes a little. But it's okay. Those things happen. Okay. So, we have Team Leather with Latrice Persimmons, Turquoise Boreas, Ebony Quinn, and Russie Blanc. Okay. Are you ready, Fabled, for your OC reviews? All OCs are canon RWBY, with a majority of their stories taking place before or near the Mountain Glen event. Oh, okay. Your OCs do not interact with the canon RWBY characters. Okay, okay. You're gonna head to fix Asuna? Alright, see ya, Galax. Thank you for submitting your character. Thank you for joining in. And hopefully I wasn't too harsh on anything. But, yeah, thank you for sharing your character. I look forward to seeing the improvements. Alright, Mountain Glen event. Do not interact with RWBY OC characters. Codename Feathers. Female Bald Eagle Faunus. Okay. Huntress Entrepreneur in Electronics. Welding and fixing engines. Menagerie, 28 years old. Is this legible on stream? Like, can you guys read it? Or should I increase the font? Or the size of the document? Because I can increase it further. If needed. Weapon is a sniper rifle, SMGs, spit, fire, and stretch, her bow staff. Fired, feather, and taloned beauty, her sniper rifles. Plural sniper rifles? So she's a bow staff and fired, feather, and taloned. Top point? Can't really, but I'm a mobile, so okay. Mainly just listening. So sniper rifles, SMGs, Spitfire, and stretch. Her bow staff. So Spitfire and stretch are the names of her bow staff? Fired, feathered, and taloned. Fired, feather, and taloned beauty are the names of the sniper rifles. So she has multiple sniper rifles and a bow staff. Okay. Faunus trait is wings. Sent pictures in Discord. Pictures are helpful. Okay. Okay, Spitfire, twin SMG, and quarterstaff. So she has 3 different guns. Why? Maybe I'll understand after reading further. That foregrip? Oh no, toothed. There's opinions. Are they just the same weapon with different names? I don't think so. Judging by the length of the barrel here and just the shape of the grips and everything, they seem to be different weapons. I'm pretty sure they're all different weapons. Someone's slow. Affect a person's actions for 20 seconds. Calls them for activation. Turtle! And use Russie is slowed to 25%, where opponent is slowed by 50%. Oh. Limit the movement of 4 opponents while her movements are 0. Interesting. Okay. The aura drain of limiting 4 opponents would be a lot, though. Because we saw how strenuous it was for Marrow to limit the movement of, like, 4 people. I think it was about 4 people. Yeah. And he could only do it in a single direction. So this, I'm guessing, is probably directional as well? Because it'd be incredibly difficult to slow the movement of, like, 4 different people in all different directions. SMG's the bow staff makes Fired Feather. 2 SMG's the bow staff makes Talon Beauty. So you have the small gun and this gun, and then you combine them to make the big gun? Is that interpretation correct? Junkie, hello! Or Junkyard Wolf. To submit no C for this, you'll have to use channel points to redeem. Right now, I only limited it to 10, so once we go through the first 10, more will become available. It costs 20,000 channel points per page of OC review, and then once you submit on stream or redeem on stream, then we will go to the Discord where you will submit either a Word document or PDF that has your written up information. Eagle Wings and Vision. 5 years old, Rusty was forcibly taken from her family and forced to work in the dust mines of Atlas. The dust mines with the wings would not be great. Rusty was used to transport minerals from the base to different parts of the mine. She met an Atlas elite by the name of Rockjoint. The two became fast friends. Where'd she meet an Atlas elite while working in the mines? On her 13th birthday, Rockjoint was killed when a tunnel collapsed. So he was in the mines. Why was an Atlas elite in the mines? She and Rusty were helping trapped miners escape. Rusty was accused of murdering Rockjoint with a warrant for arrest. She escaped Atlas with the help of Criminal Enemy and Scardy Quinn. 2 older siblings. Ginger is 2-year older sister. Bronze is 4-year-old brother. So 4 years old. 4-year-old brother. Okay. And Tangerine is her other brother who died. Oh no. Age 16 when joining the White Fang. Spent 6 years in the White Fang. So it was 16 when joined, so 22 after finishing. She's currently 28. Before the combat training, Electric did manage ranged combat, and after combat training, she now does range and mid-combat. At age 5, she got kidnapped and forced to work in the dust mine. Age 13, escaped Atlas dust mine shortly after witnessing the death of her best friends. Rock joint. Age 19, she left the White Fang after 6 years of service. Okay. So, she was 13 when joined the White Fang. So she immediately escaped Atlas, joined up with the White Fang. Mei Zedong prompted this OC creation. Okay. Fellow minor OC, we all live together, intensifies. One small gun and staff to make fired feather. Okay, so there's 2 small guns. So stretch is just the bow staff. Twin SMG and quarterstaff. Okay, so they're twin SMGs that combine into the bow staff. So, okay. Yes? I'm not understanding where these other 2 are coming in. Are they separate? How many guns does this person have? So twin SMGs are separate. So these are all separate things. Twin SMGs are separate. Bow staff is separate. And then the sniper rifles are combinations of them? I'm just glad my weapons are simple. Most RWBY weapons are... Well, I mean, not really. Some weapons like Piras and Crows are a little bit complex with the way that they transform, but for the most part, multiple weapons isn't practical. That's the main part that I'm focused on. If you have twin SMGs that combine to form a bow staff, sure. That's within the realm of RWBY, yeah, sure. But when you have 3 separate weapons, and if these sniper rifles are twin SMGs and bow staff combined to make the snipers. Okay. Now, the rule of cool can kind of handle the transformation mechanics of most weapons. Where does this barrel come from, though? I don't see this piece of metal or this color of metal really anywhere in these. There's a little bit of it here and a little bit of it here, but mainly ranged combat, and after combat training she now does ranged and mid combat. So if she's meant to be more of a ranged fighter, why have the extra bow staff, I wonder? This person's Slade. Simple backup weapons like a pistol or a knife, but not this much. It does seem like a lot to have. Now, granted, the 2 SMGs and the bow staff, they are small enough weapons that I don't think it's too much of a problem. Especially since it's someone in Atlas, they're not going to be running around that much. They do have the ships to take them places, so having additional smaller weapons, it kind of makes sense. Arsa came up with these weapons? Ah, okay. Also, this takes place during the Mountain Glen incident, yes? So, Mountain Glen happened, forget how many years before Canon RWBY. But the combinations into the sniper rifles, they do seem a little complex. 15, 20 years? So the technology that we see in Atlas is at its highest advanced point where it currently is. So 15 to 20 years prior, we'd have to scale it back by that much. I don't know how transformation weapons... Well, I mean, Crow had his gun back during his time at Beacon Academy, which was like 20 years ago. Now that I think about it, was Team Stark at Beacon Academy when the Mountain Glen incident happened, if it was 15, 20 years ago? Yeah, Mountain Glen was the underground city that we saw in Volume 2. It just turns into a pump-action shotgun? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the weapon is the main thing that that I seem to be hung up on, but that's... this was 2 years before the... It's together for 2 years before the start of the RWBY show. Okay. Depends on when they were in the Academy? Okay, okay. Yeah, like that's... It just depends on when they were in the Academy, what exact years it was. It'd be interesting if they were there, and again, if we get a Team Stark prequel series, then... Yeah. But overall, like, the timeline seems to fit with everything. The semblance seems pretty balanced. You just have to figure out directionality of it and the aura constraints, like how much aura it would actually take. Because it's balanced in the fact of the ability that it slows Russie as well as the opponent. But when it's like multiple targets, multiple directions, like it would take a lot of focus to be able to slow people like that are just in like the periphery and things of that nature. Oh, weapons during the White Fang duration? Okay. So this wasn't even an Atlas then. And right, as part of the White Fang, the White Fang is pretty mobile. They are kind of doing hit and run missions, and I don't know carrying multiple weapons like this. Now, here's a question. Obviously, the ranged combat is an important aspect of Russie's character. Why is there the need for twin SMGs? Flies to and from her missions? Oh, well, more weapons also just means added weight for flight. Flying friends don't want to weigh themselves down, right? As far back as the English Civil War, 17th century Revenant could have these even further back. Yes, I understand melee and ranged. I'm mainly talking about like the technology that we have to have weapons that are combining and transforming in all these different ways. Fixed or semblance from your tips? Yeah. Or it can only do so much? Yeah. Your White Fang do guerrilla warfare tactics? Yeah. And although she's able to fly, you don't want to weigh yourself down with anything unnecessarily, and especially if she's able to fly. Like the main thing is bow staff for close range combat, sniper rifle for far long range combat, and then two like the SMGs for like scatter shot, and then this for like mid-range combat as well. Like it does seem to lean into the aspect of this character's trying to compensate for a lot of different things. Now, if it was the bow staff that was the main weapon that transformed, because it does look like the bow staff can split apart into two identical halves that could then transform into either the twin SMGs or a sniper rifle. But having all three does seem like a lot. To give both range and close combat skills. And that, I think, is and I'm sorry if this is harsh, but I do think that is a pitfall that a lot of people do fall into, is that they want their character to be adept at everything. Close range, mid-range, short range, or long range. Like, DBS fires multiple shots from cartridge if cartridge loaded in the barrel. Yeah, just something to think about at least. Val, what kind of ice cream? Twitch is finally running properly. That's good to hear, Black Sheep. That's just something to think about when it comes to weapons. Because being an expert on all of them, and like I understand, even if they're not an expert, wanting to have the capabilities, sure. Again, though, the White Fang generally do hit and run tactics. Now, if she becomes a sniper for the White Fang, having the sniper rifle would make sense. And also, Mei Zedong prompted this OC. Mei Zedong's weapon is quite literally a sniper rifle with an axe blade on its hilt. It does not transform, as far as we're aware. It is just the sniper rifle that can be turned around and used as a blunt close combat weapon. It doesn't have multiple weapons that combine into one. It doesn't have multiple different forms. It's just that. The sniper in the White Fang. So the sniper, which makes sense, as I mentioned before, it seems like the range combat is an important aspect of her character. So the sniper rifle makes sense. If you want her to be able to do long range and close range, why not have the sniper rifle that can transform into the bow staff? If enemies get close, then she can fight them off. I do feel like the SMGs are extra, because that would save on the weight that she would be carrying when she flies to and from her missions. And also, when she's being sent on missions for the White Fang, she'd be keeping her distance anyway, so she'd be sniping from afar while other members of the team, the strike team, went in and everything. Superfluous, yeah. In a word. But, because it's a cool idea, and on its surface, it sounds fantastic to have a character to be able to, and it does play into like what you see in the movies and everything, where characters are just, you know, one weapon runs out of ammo, they pull out their next weapon, transform it into the sniper rifle, and everything. Okay. Yeah. You got commissions from Anima as well. I've commissioned from them before too. What is... Oh, that's them working on technology. Okay. I thought that was like a massive cannon that they were using as a weapon. I'm like, ah. But yeah, the sniper rifle and the bow staff, I think, are the important aspects. These... They seem like... Just thinking of what the character would be doing in different situations, I don't know when they would use them, is the thing. Because close combat, bow staff. And then when they get further in range, then they have their sniper rifle. Because we've seen how RWBY fights, for example, with her scythe and the sniper rifle that she has there. She gains a little bit of distance, she can still use her sniper rifle to shoot. It's just not auto-firing. But anyways, that's just mainly my thoughts on the weapons. Beyond that, as I mentioned, semblance seems fine, character description, and everything seems fine there, so something to think about, at least. Your next character, though, we have Electric, okay. Persimmons, Electric Orange, Chevrolet, codename Rook, okay. Male Brawler / Informant, okay. Mistral, 35 years old, Team Leather, no weapons, okay. Interesting, just a straight up brawler. Rock skin, covers user in a rhino-like skin, okay. To send all pain and half damage to the attacker. Downside that is over time, if not aware, is accumulating damage, is not sent back, cause serious damage to the user. Interesting. So it actively changes his skin, like into a like rhino hide type. Aren't these gauntlets? Nunchucks? No weapon? Huh? I'll read the rest of this before returning to the semblance. Born and raised in the Persimmon crime family, Lek was taught to fight by Delta Clay in close quarters combat, plus offensive and defensive aura techniques. Also Porcorum Mistral, and pick fights with random strangers to enhance his skills. Two older siblings, named Lennox and Trisha. His father named Acrenuo? Mother named Miranda. Lek shows a rough, distrustful side to the world, and beneath it rests a tender heart. His ability to pick up his opponent's weaknesses and use them to his advantage has led him to many victories and confidence in battle. As leader of Leather, strategically calculates the opponent's the best way to victory using his teammates' skills. He's adept at waiting out opponents and striking at key points in the fight. Despite his high dislike of weapons for weapons and reliance upon them, he has effectively taught Leather how to wield them and fight when disarmed, including the advancement of Leather's weaker skills in combat. Let's go to the bow staff in combat. Any skills with their semblance and ability to fight. Shield, pistol. So, because of the artist's suggestion? Ah, okay. But I'm confused. He doesn't like weapons and reliance upon them. He's been trained in close quarters combat plus offensive and defensive aura techniques, sure, and yet effectively taught his entire team how to fight with them? How? That doesn't add up. Gauntlets are armor. I disagree. They're armor if you're using them to protect, but they're a weapon if you're using them to attack. Something called a Roman candle gun. There's no concept of transition or more fairness. Let's see what's simulating on my fire with the cycle bolts. Because from reading his description, it sounds like Lek is able to do everything. He's close quarters combat expert, has like offensive and defensive aura techniques. Extreme confidence in battle because he has had many victories, so he's winning all the time, and can train his entire team how to use all of their weapons and how to fight. He seems very strong. For electric to give his teammates tips. It's one thing to be like analytical in battle and see where people are leaving openings, but like when they're students, they're like 17. There's a difference between giving tips and pointers like Pyrrha was doing for Jean, who is a completely untrained fighter, to essentially knowing everything about all types of weapons in combat. He does seem like he can do it all. Yang's weapons are also gun? Yeah. Yep. And their gauntlets are in fact weapons. And mainly when I'm thinking of gauntlets as well, like Theodore, Headmaster Theodore, has like just boxing gloves, just with gravity dust, and those are his weapons. Like, but because he does. He does seem a little bit too skilled for the point that he would be at. I know he's 35 years old now, but he just seems a little too skilled for where he is. I think, like, since he is the close combat specialist of the team, I'd say lean into that aspect and be able to have him give tips to his team to how to fight when disarmed. That's something that a lot of other teams probably wouldn't have. That could be his advantage rather than being able to teach everything. Because that's something I mentioned in the very first OC video that I made on like how to make OCs like without breaking the world, is they can't do everything. That's why they're in teams in the first place. Like when it comes to Russie, she's long range, mid range, close quarters, everything. And then there's Lek, who can also do everything. Unfortunately, I think they might be a little bit too well-rounded. Force Electric to learn everything in combat. Again, 17-year-old, when they start attending the academies, there isn't time to learn everything. They can't become experts in everything. That is physically impossible. It doesn't matter if they were trained from the moment that they could walk. To learn everything, it's unrealistic. Because it takes time to develop aura techniques to be able to learn and master them, to, at least to the point where you're teaching other people. Close quarters combat, to become an expert in that while also knowing how to use all these weapons to be able to teach your entire team how to use them all. It's... He did not go to the academy. So then, okay. Then it's not an official team that was made by the schools then. This is a team that came about later on. So now my question will be this. At what point are you considering him knowing all of these things? At what age? Is it at 35 years old where he is currently? Because it'd be a bit more believable if he's 35 years old and has been training for like 30 years to be able to learn all of these different things. But it comes across as that's not the case, that he was able to teach his entire team a lot earlier on, and especially if any members of this team so 28 years old, so there is an age difference between them, which makes sense why he'd have more experience than Russie and be able to teach her. Before combat training from did mention range combat, but after combat training she now does range and mid combat. So Turquoise is the only member of Leather that went to the academy. Okay. I still... 35, it's more believable that he'd have the knowledge and experience to teach other people, but that's after they've already went through years of training to master their own weapons and their own skills. Having him be able to teach them how to use everything after they've... I still think that's too much. Now, do you think that Salem and Osmond can sense magic, especially if they were in close proximity to them? I don't think so. We haven't seen magic sensing capabilities so far. Yeah, as of right now, I think Lek can just do too much. Age 27 and 35. I'm guessing something was changed between the time that this was commissioned versus now. Final Fantasy 14 Ruby C above questions. The heavy thinking noises. Yeah, I think for your characters, lean into, at least my suggestion. Again, I do want to preface by saying, like, I'm no authority on OCs. I'm just commenting on what I see, and given with that, I think it would be better structured to have your OCs have their, like, set specialties. For example, Lek be close quarters specialist, and then have Russi be a ranged specialist. And since they come together as a team, they compensate for what the others are lacking. And Lek being able to teach the other members of his team, since he's 35, he's older, he has more experience, being able to teach them a little bit of, you know, close combat training or unarmed training would help enhance the team as an entirety. And it's unnecessary for him to teach them how to use all of the weapons that they wield, considering they each have their own experiences and training before even joining this team. I think that would be the best suggestion, because, you know, as a team, they are meant to do that. And they're meant to, you know, be a team, work together. If they can all compensate for each other, then it's kind of... they're all like one-man strike teams, essentially. Which is more than most huntsmen and huntresses are capable of. Like, for example, the highest level of huntsmen and huntresses that we've seen, Crow, Raven, they specialize in one weapon. They know how to wield one weapon. They might be able to, you know, do some sufficient combat with another type of weapon, but they are specialized in one weapon for a reason. Because by putting that time into, like, mastering that one form of combat, that's how they're going to survive the best. But, yeah. Other than that, though, it's just, yeah, it was just the well-roundedness of the characters. Other than that, like, having them go through their own struggles throughout their life, having him be raised in a crime family, and that's where he was trained to fight, and then Russi going through a lot, having to be forced in the dust mines. And also, I am curious how an Atlas Elite was in the mines as well. I'm guessing there's a story there, like whether he was a disowned Atlas Elite or something like that, but if Russi was accused of murdering this person because he was an Atlas Elite, and, you know, they need someone to pin the blame on, there's got to be a reason for that as well. But is there anything else, any other questions you have for me, or anything else you'd like me to touch on or clarify? Captain Plum, hello! How are you? We are doing the RWBY OC review stream today. But, yeah, with all that being said, I think that... Ugh. I thought you were making a RPG game? No. I do not have the skills to make an RPG game, unfortunately. But I think, with that being said, we will move on to the next OC, which the next in review order would be Bloody. RWBY OC RPG on RPG Maker? It was a pain? Ooh. That sounds interesting. Actually, joined the Just because she wanted to stick it to her father. Oh, she disliked the treatment of the faunus. Okay. Makes sense, but still an Atlas Elite, and the higher-ups are going to make an example, I guess. How do you get URC to be shown? There is a redemption option in stream. Oh, I didn't... that should help with it. Okay. Pin that at the top of stream. I don't know why the pin was removed before. I guess I didn't pin it enough. But, yeah. I didn't post in the server due to artwork. Ah, so it's in DMs? Okay. Are you okay with me showing the artwork on stream? The semblance types for OCs. Oh, right. The rock skin. Like the slow seems relatively balanced. It's just focusing on the aura and directionality and everything like that. You'll have to redeem on stream first, then you'll submit it in the Discord server. There's a channel that is called OC Review Submissions. But yes, for rock skin, I do have questions about that one. It's to send all pain and half damage back to the attacker. That does sound like a lot. And the rhino-like skin, does that actually make his skin tougher as well? Because that seems like it might do a number of different things on top of that. By hardening his skin, making it more impervious to damage, while also reflecting most of the negative sides of damage. Actually, I'll cut up the images to focus on the important bits. But there's lots of new content. Okay. It says out of stock and won't let me redeem it. Yes, because I only enabled 10 to be redeemed at the beginning of stream to make sure that the first 10 people who did redeem would still be here when their OCs were reviewed. I will enable more to be redeemed later on after I've gone through the initial 10. Yeah. If it goes through 10 at a time. Yeah. So, what would you suggest? I'd suggest, especially since he's a brawler type class, having, if it's, oh, sorry, I bumped the mic. If you want the rhino-like skin that just makes him tougher, it would allow him to take less damage. I don't think the reflection portion of it is necessary. If he's a brawler, I think he mainly wants to deal more damage rather than reflect it. That just seems to fit more with what I know about his character so far, and I think that alone would be enough of a semblance. Because we've seen a semblance like Rhodes, where it turns his skin to metal. It's not impervious to damage, because Cinder is still able to, burn him through his skin, but this would be able to reduce his damage and make it also, depending on how hard you make his skin, if someone were to actually hit him like bare knuckle or something, they might actually take some damage from that instead of reflecting it or things like that. And since that would be a more simplistic semblance, it wouldn't really need a downside other than the aura to keep it active. And if he activates it only over certain parts of his body versus his whole body and things like that. Trying to balance something when it comes to reflection. Reflecting all pain and half damage, I think would be a little bit too much. If you want to go that route, I'd say maybe he could, if instead of having the rhino skin and you wanted to stick with the pain damage reflection, maybe have him reflect half, like it's all damage that he deals and damage that he takes is half and half. So it makes him have to be a very strategic fighter. So he'd have to, hit weak points of his opponents so that they actually end up taking more critical damage than he does, so that he'd end up winning a fight. That could be an interesting way to write the character. give him some interesting combats, and that would also feed into the portion of his character where he's very analytical in battle, able to find openings and target those weak points. That could be another way to do it. And also, if he's a bit of a risk taker, then, you know, his semblance damaging himself too potentially could be interesting. Holder for scrolls and info. I think that's something that we don't have time to get into right now. But yeah, it's just the Discord rumors. Starting trace posted when I posted it. Plagiarized saying that people will do that. So let's serve it because it was really upsetting. This might come back. It's got better with art. Okay. I'm not an artist myself, so I don't know from my own personal. But we should move on at this point to Bloody's character. But when it comes to tracing artwork, using that as like a reference to learn is one thing, but I do understand the standpoint of tracing artwork and then claiming it as your own is plagiarizing. Because in different anime, different manga, you've seen people like, I don't know if they've necessarily been sued, but they've been heavily called out for just tracing other artists' artwork, even if they put other characters' art over the top of that. So it's more the aspect of claiming it as your own art that I think people had a problem with. I think. We'll be on the lookout for more people to recruit after Volume 8. Yes, because she, or at least Tyrion and Mercury, actively went out and recruited Alex and... No, Jax and Jillian Asturias, yeah. But you're welcome, Fable Draconian. Thank you for sharing your characters. I appreciate it. Now... let's go to Bloody's character. Go here. Okay. Go here, go here. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, 20k stream points. It's okay, Captain Plum. It just takes time. There'll be other OC review streams, so all good. Smiles evilly. Ah, I see. That's playing into your Farfall. Farfall. Not Farfally, not Farfally. Farfall. Got it. Okay. Treat is canon for what it's worth. Not an art story, but this is one of Marsh Caesar's teammates. Farfall Rex, 4th of Team Caesar. Okay. The initials being CZAR. Graduates Atlas Academy 2 years pre-fall. Okay. One-liner, click-clack influencer, quiver streamer. Oh, God, Bloody, why? No, not the TikTok streamer. Oh, no. Emblem, a bow tie with a fork, cutting a piece of it. Ah. Banned. Illusion. She's on a team named after Salad and Kings. Now, I'm not familiar with different types of salad. I may not be... My repertoire of salads is not what it could be, but... Is Farfall a salad? Is Farfall a salad? Pasta salad. Farfall. I just need to keep reading. Good God. Okay, well... is a bow tie shaped pasta. It's also French for butterfly. Excellent. Monarch butterfly. Monarchs are rulers. Rex means king. Okay. Butterfly lovers. Old Chinese love story with a woman cross-dressing to attend school. Rex Reviews. It's run by a vain beauty guru who fits right into Atlas culture. Need makeup tips? Most photogenic travel spots? Your relationship? She'll drag anyone into her live streams. Oh, she's a toxic influencer. Oh, God. Whether you're a celebrity guest or tomorrow's meme, it's up to the chat and her mood. Thanks, I hate her. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm in pain. Oh, no. Oh, no. Caesar salad, Julius Caesar. Okay, I understand the Caesar reference, but Farfall. I did not... Crow would have a blast with this person? Depends. I think she'd drive him back to drinking. Keeping the Sussy 10 feet away. It's lovely. Oh, no. Her weapon is Mandarin. It's a pitchfork with wind lightning dust in its blades. Or it's a war bow. A war bow. Okay, like an actual bow and arrow with arrows flying faster thanks to said dust. Because when I read warbow, I'm thinking like, what's she doing with? Because her emblem is a bow, so I'm thinking, what's she? How is that a weapon? How is the bow a weapon? No, it's an actual bow. This OC has scrambled my mind. Just so you know. She wears a giant bow on her back, and arrow quivers are cringe. Great. Quiver streamer and all. Yes. You're in pain too, aren't you, buddy? Her arrows are hidden in her dress. She's a sniper who tricks opponents to get close. Pepper spray. I feel like people are going to need that to keep her away from them, but that's beside the point. Her aura becomes a gold power that irritates others' eyes and throats. It can be moved or infused with dust. Oh. She achieves range by using wind dusts and amplifies the pain with lightning. Definitely more explosive, harmful combinations, but those are ones that get funny clips. Wow, she's willing to bully people for views and put them in actual pain. She is absolutely toxic. Buddy. It's okay. You're just trying to ease my pain. I get it. Mimosies get development. Plot. This is a monarch butterfly faunus with one normal and one defective tiny wing. Oh. He's also male. Golden-eyed black hair. Farfall remembers being adopted from a land of savages by Fernguard's mother. Farfall played Fern's maid, sister bodyguard while growing up between Mistral and Atlas. Oh. Fern's ties to a security company gave combat training too. One day Farfall decided to get surgery for cosmetic and identity reasons. Mr. Surgery instead removed her one good ring to sell on the black market. Oh no. Moving to Atlas, Farfall kept up the fake it till you make it using her academy life and Fern's connection to build a sub-count. God. Please, Canon RWBY, writers, gods of RWBY, don't introduce toxic streamers. Please. We don't need that in RWBY. If they existed, Atlas deserved to fall. She later joins the military domestic affairs division, working like a bodyguard / security for the tourism culture sector. It was perfect until she found traces of the organization that took her wing and so many others' faunus traits. It's almost as if there was a farm and market for it. As Runner Marsh, Team Caesar's leader, Fern grew up with. Oh, yes, I remember these OCs. She's just sitting there in the background, just taking pictures of everything. Glamour shots. The bow hides the faunus trait. Oh, I see. Borrowed by friends OC. Yeah, so that's her warbow. So does her actual, like, does the bow on her back transform into the warbow? Because when she's walking around, where's the weapon stored? Okay, gods of RWBY, don't introduce toxic streamer. they existed, Atlas deserved to fall. Yeah. Well, I mean, Ved, you're asking Bloody who hurt you for her to make a toxic streamer. Obviously, it was a streamer of some sort. Do I need to apologize for something, Bloody? What did I do? What video did I make? It's Pitchfork's using to change the warbow. Yeah, okay. Weapon's just stowed at her side. Okay. I mean, my opinions, I think, have been made apparent. But when it comes to like the semblance, like the weapon for sure, I think is fine. Semblance, gold power that irritates others' eyes and throats, fits with the butterflies having powder on their wings and everything like that. Her using it for toxic purposes is, well, toxic. Can be moved with or infused with dust. Activate a range by using winds and amplifies the pain with lightning. But if there's lightning dust infused into it, it doesn't actually, like, straight up electrocute someone from the inside out. It just makes it more unbearable. Harmful combinations, but those are the ones that get funny clips. Depending on how this is written, you could make her just more of a kick. Yeah, okay. Laughter is the best medicine. I don't think people who are pepper sprayed are gonna be laughing, though. Atlas has multiple reasons to fall. Yes, but this would be the most prominent one. Well, I'm glad I can entertain, Hero. That's what I'm here for. That's not what she's here for, though. She just wants to make people miserable. Well, though, she wants to increase her sub count, so she's making people happy at other people's misery. Overkick is pretty tame, to be honest. Okay. Because the more explosive, harmful combinations is just like, yeah, okay, let's mix it with combustion dust and have them blow their throat out. Someone who has been pepper sprayed, I will hit whoever sprayed me. Yes, I feel like most people would try to be hitting the person who sprayed them. Yes, buddy. Meow. But yeah. 10 out of 10 would block online. Beauty is pain, Phoenix? Well, I ain't never been beautiful a day in my life, so I would not know. There's pepper spraying very wildly, so they may be laughing. Show me one clip of someone getting pepper sprayed and laughing, like, as the person who got pepper sprayed. Laughing from that. Yeah. Well done, Bloody. You brought a toxic streamer into Remnant. Why? She's more of a cosmetic reviewer, less pranks. Good lord, I hope so. She doesn't exactly seem like a dainty butterfly, that's for sure. Happy to have you hate the streamer OC. Okay, was this the reaction you expected? I feel like it might have been somewhat intentional. Oh, that's your tail. I was like, why is... The armrest felt weird, but it's just your tail. Oh. A friend told me that his viewpoint of Atlas falling was actually cool because he said that the staff was the heart of Atlas floating. Oh! By taking it, it became heartless like Ironwood representing the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz. That is a cool viewpoint. This is sort of to represent Atlantis. But things in RWBY can represent multiple different things. Multiple inspirations, right? Didn't writer kind of said in the document since it's another paragraph? It's fair. Toxic streamers aren't kind? What are you talking about? Oh, major studies in Grimm studies. That's interesting. Huh. But yeah, I think the weapon seems pretty balanced. Seems like you've balanced the semblance pretty well also. And yeah, my only suggestion would be at some point, you know, break the toxic streamer's phone throughout the story. If you can handle the public eye, she'll get you help you need. So she'll only help you if you appear on her stream. What kindness is there in that? She's exploiting the people she's supposed to help. Like, how many origins does Yang have now, or inspirations? No, I didn't break my phone. I'm saying that in Bloody's story, toxic streamer needs to get their phone broken. Because, you know, I didn't consent to having my image shared on your stream. Slam scroll into ground. Investigative journalist, sometimes. When it suits her, when the story breaking would get her more views. Toxic. Okay. This line right here, all about the views. That just... No. There is such a thing as bad publicity. No. Okay. Well, anything else that I can comment on? Anything else you'd like to ask? Or flawed characters are fun? Yes, indeed they are. Indeed they are. She has the what do you call them? The pigtails, the hairstyle in anime of the girl who's always the toxic one. And I'm sure that was intentional as well. But, yeah. With that being said, I think Kimiko is up next. She's not powerful unless you look at the social influence scene. Yeah, I take Esper over her. So would I. Would Ojo-sama laugh? Well, she might. I'm good. Thanks for suffering. You're welcome. Glad my pain can be entertainment. Are you not entertained, chat? She'd have one of the full of themselves female laugh, along with like the laughter where it's like oh. Yeah, that kind of laugh. Or is it like it's you know, the pinky up and all that, you know, toxicity. Okay. So next would be Kimiko. Yeah, Kimiko's still here. I got Ojo-sama with Weiss. Weiss isn't full Ojo-sama. She's not. Arrogant as hell. Not Ojo-sama. Okay. I scrolled down and saw the pictures, and I recognized characters. Let's go here. Go here. And go here. One of these characters should look familiar. You might recognize them, or at least one. I did. I saw the picture and I got excited. I'm happy to see her again. But Ken and RWBY simply want to be shown on stream. Alrighty. It theme. Yeah, it's her. Okay. We'll go through in order though. Them. Yes. Cyan Warwick. 17. Semblance. Oh, not applicable. As of volume 1 to 3, Cyan has not unlocked his semblance. He can unlock it and develop it in later volumes. Okay. Having a character that is like entering the Huntsman Academies at age 17 and having not unlocked their semblance yet is a really interesting plot point. It's not something that I've actually implemented in any of my stories, but it's interesting. Isn't she the one that won the OC contest? Yep. Doesn't laugh that much. Toxic streamer trope is really a disguise, so people don't get curious. Well, it worked. I ain't curious. Have you met Jean? Yes, but again, Jean faked his way into the academy. Every other person we've seen that is attending the Huntsman Academies has their aura, has their semblance, and has been training in weaponry. Jean should not be there. Weapon is Galestrom. I was going to say Galestorm, but it's Galestrom. Interesting. Twin laser axes that can convert into dual pistols or merge together into a bladed polearm function. Ooh. Cutting power of the energized blades allows him to cut through most materials given enough damage. Okay. I'm assuming the dust to power those is hard light? Dual laser pistols that have two and then combine into a larger bladed polearm. Interesting. I like it. Color naming inspiration. Cyan's green is blue color. Warwick is the German name meaning leader who defends. Ooh. Wait. Is born to two huntsman parents in Atlas. Interesting. Because I just made the connection. Like, he has the two axes. Vale's entire symbol is two axes crossed over each other. I was just like, wait, is he from Vale? No, he's from Atlas. Interesting. Yeah, Jean had no training or anything. Cyan does. Yeah, exactly. Exception that proves the rule. Exactly. You know what? That's a good way of putting it, Toothed. Jean is the exception that proves the rule. Purely for his resourcefulness. He was smart enough to know where to go and how to get the forgery in the Huntsman Academy. It's either that or Ozpin, with his extensive training, was able to sense that, hey, this kid maybe has a lot of aura or unlocked potential that he could gain, and maybe he'll be useful. Let's throw him to the wolves, literally, and see how he does. Inspiration comes not from a fairy tale, but a video game. His design and character is heavily inspired by Sonic. Gotta go fast. So he's gonna have a speed semblance, huh? He gotta go fast. Born to two huntsman parents in Atlas, though more specifically Mantle, his mother passed away when he was 1, sacrificing herself to stop a grim threat unlike any that had been seen at the time or since. Oh. His father would raise and train him from then on. A grim threat unlike any that had been seen at the time or since. So it was the largest grim attack that had been seen in... Granted, this is volume 1 to 3. This is before the fall, before volume 8. Still, inspired by Sonic. Gotta go fast. Yes. Also, Mercury has no semblance either and is extremely skilled. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. Like, that's the thing. And that's one thing where there are leniencies to kind of have characters be more skilled in combat compared to other ones, because when a character has awakened their semblance, now they have to train not only their aura and their combat capabilities, but also their semblance, and those are all things that they, won't be mastering until after they're graduated. The Huntsman Academies, not even the combat schools, like the Huntsman Academies, and they have like real world training, and they'll still be learning like probably late 20s, early 30s before they really call themselves masters. But yeah, without the semblance and having to train that early on, they'll be able to accelerate his combat capabilities. But one thing I will mention when it comes to like canon, a grim threat unlike any that had been seen at the time or since, that is creating an event that would be known in like the history of Mantle and Atlas. So technically that would border upon like kind of inserting a prominent event into the history of the RWBY series. Now, something like just a large grim attack isn't that big of a deal. It's not like you're introducing new Aesops that were killed off or new other characters or things like that, but just something to note. Something around or above something around or above Monster or the Wyvern. That might be too much for canon. Version of the seats is quite a bridge fit. Full thing is in OC descriptions. Okay. Question of the day. If you were offered to voice act one of the RWBY characters, that you think you could have done a good job, who would you choose? When it's being created, original voice actors wouldn't be chosen yet. Just curious on what you'd say. I mean, Jean's the male voice actor with the most speaking experience, or the most speaking throughout the show. So hey, it'd be great to be, in every single volume that exists. But Fox would be fun because he's sarcastic as hell. I don't know, maybe Neptune because he's just a dumbass. That fits. Headcanon was basically that it was just tried to cover up as much as possible by the Atlas government. So basically no one really knows about it. But the people of Mistral and Atlas would know about it because something the size of Monster or the Wyvern would be seen by everyone there, whether they tried to cover it up or not, and it would be a prominent event. Like the Monster and the Wyvern are like massive threats. Like nothing really like them has been seen before, mainly because the Wyvern and Monster are both spawning Grimm. Like the Monster especially is the largest Grimm that we've seen in RWBY to date. Maybe something like the Leviathan, though, that's just a big walking Grimm that's not spawning a whole bunch of other Hellspawn and things like that. So, because once you make something unprecedented happen that's affecting a whole city, it does start to break canon, in my opinion, at least. Leviathan class size. Okay, so a large Grimm that shows up, but I don't know if you want to make it necessarily unprecedented, is the thing. Voice Hazel because of the deep, menacing voice would be fun. I cannot do a deep voice. I cannot do a scratchy voice. So Hazel is out for me and Crow is out for me. Sorry, wording? No worries. No worries, Kimiko. I mean, there are only... The Wyvern and Monster are the most prominent large Grimm, so I understand like what you're getting at. Be like, I want a big threat. One big Grimm, rather than just a horde of like smaller Grimm. Yeah, no worries. Ray, hello. Had a best friend named Azalea, both dreaming of being huntsman partners in the future. However, at age 10, Azalea would pass away from an illness. Oh, no. Tragic backstories. They seem all too common. But illness, not Grimm. But lost his mom when he was 1, and then lost his best friend. Sang continues to wear her bracelet to this day. The little bracelet there. Though difficult, he continues to become a huntsman to realize their continued dream. Oh my god. What anime character am I thinking? Because there's an anime character that I remember that had tragic anime moment activated. Yeah, he's precious. I know. Opted not to choose Atlas Academy when the time came due to the stifling elitist nature of the kingdom as a whole, and left for Sanus on his own while his father stayed in Atlas. Initially missed the opportunity to apply for Beacon in time, but qualified for Shade in Vacuo. Okay, I like that. How that is something that I hadn't considered before. I like that you included that, because Beacon being a bit more of a structured academy, or Vale in general being a bit more structured than Vacuo, would expect applications to be in a timely manner so that they can go through, select the appropriate applicants, whereas Shade is just like, you know what? You're a bit late, but hey, if you can prove yourself in combat, yeah, sure, you can show up tomorrow, classes start. Yeah, makes sense. I like that you included that. Administrative deadlines suck. Abso-friggin-lutely they do. Elected leader of team, why do I want to say Team Cinnabon? I want to say Team Cinnabon, but I don't think that's it. Cinnabon, Cinnabar. Cinnabar. Okay. Second guess was right. Currently second year student with Iris Natsu. Wonder what the inspiration might come from there. And Bree. It's a running joke. Cinnabar Island, huh? Shouldn't they all be fire-type Pokemon then? And who's this character? Iris Shade. Sounds familiar. Took the words right out of my mouth. Oh, wait. I need to loop that. There we go. Beacon, please have your papers ready in a timely manner. Shade, you're live? Cool. Get to class. Exactly. Shroud allows Iris to conjure up and manipulate smoke mist at her will. Company uses semblance creating smoke bombs or the smoke screens. She can also augment her semblance with dust, creating combustible smoke with burn dust or freezing cold mist with ice dust. Her weapon, Midnight Lotus. Gauntlets worn on her forearms with retractable claw blades and mounted pistol bores, much like Tyrion and his weapons, the Queen's servants. Along the underportion is a rotating dust carousel with cartridges of different colored dust that coat her blades, like burn dust to light her blades on fire. Yeah. Send the word realization, I see. DC campaign with all this still in the RWBY world. Okay. They're about to fight Torchwick and Neo. Sooner or later fight characters named Victor Von Black. Oh, wow. Color naming inspiration. Iris is a type of flower often found in blue-purple colors. Shade refers to blocking out light. When black is added to hue, make it darker as a result in terms of art. Fairy tale inspiration. Not inspired by any fairy tale, her design philosophy was inspired both her own color palette and influence of ninjas and Japanese culture. Yeah. I love Iris. That's why she was one of the people selected for the OC tournament. Out of the 720 plus OCs that were submitted, Iris was one of the 32 that made it in. That was years ago at this point, though. The OC tournament was over 2 years ago, huh? Wow. I'm still incredibly honored by that. Yeah, well, thank you for submitting your character. I'm glad you submitted her. She made it quite far, too. Being able to create smoke screens is a pretty useful semblance. Taught near Vacuo. Hey, any shade around here? Random person. I have a place for you. Contest was 2 years ago. Feels ages. Well, like, the tournament was 2 years ago. The contest, I think, was, like, 3 years ago. Because it took me, I think, over a year to actually get the tournament done. Didn't it? Or no, was the contest... No, the contest was in the summer, and then the tournament was, like, in November. No, it was the same year. Was it? I think so. I don't think I delayed it that much. Can't remember. Born in a small village in Mistral, and born to an ancient ninja clan, the Shade Clan, and trained for most of her life in ninjutsu. However, her village was eventually destroyed by bandits, and shortly after, Grimm. She suffered the loss of use of her left eye and bore scars on her face as a result of that day. When she grows older, she would use her ninjutsu skills to become a vigilante in a different part of Mistral. However, after failing to stop a crime in particular, she lost hope and quit that life. Seeking a fresh start, she traveled to Vacuo alone and eventually joined Shade Academy and Team Cinnabar, becoming a second-year student with Cyan, Natsu, and Bree. That's our time. Everyone have a good day in stream. See you, Captain Plum. Thank you for joining in. Took time for various reasons. Yeah, it was... 'Twas rough, but yeah, for Iris, I mean, you know, no comments. We don't really have ninjutsu confirmed in RWBY, like, or anything, but it's more just the arts of secrecy, stealth, and those type of things, I take it. Makes for a good vigilante for sure, as well as the, you know, smokescreen semblance, very much helping out with that. But yeah, I mean, what's there to say? I'm already definitely approve of Iris. But yeah, and then I joked to you. I mean, but he wasn't trained in ninjutsu. He's practically a ninja, yes, but in ninjutsu we don't know if that exactly exists. It's much like how real ninjas are very rare in modern days here too, the same as Remnant. Yeah, real ninjas are a dying breed, yes, but I mean like anime style ninjas where they're doing like substitution techniques and things like that. Not Naruto level of ninja. I'm talking like the stereotypical ninja techniques. But though I guess with with her semblance, she could create the smoke, and if she ignites it with dust, it could essentially look like she's breathing fire. So yeah, there is that. It doesn't even do all that anime Naruto stuff. Yeah. Poof into smoke type of ninjas, which is exactly what she does. Her semblance allows her to do that. Natsumi Alani. 17. Her semblance is sunshine. Okay. Allows Natsu to produce sunlight. Able to generate light and heat even in the dead of night. It'd be minimal heat, but yeah. Because when I heard the semblance of sunshine, I immediately thought of Escanor from Seven Deadly Sins, and I'm like, oh dear God. Well, whew. Weapon is Pele's Kiss, a bow staff equipped with rotating dust carousels on each end, allowing her to augment her strikes and spin with elements exactly like real-world fire dancers. Hero, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. Have a resub? I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Hero. Escanor praise the sun. Yes, a walking light bulb. So, now, the real question is, why doesn't the rest of her team have sunglasses? Food for thought. Because, you know, she just glows like the sun in the middle of a combat. Well, that might be a little bit of a double-edged sword. Can also fire off long-range shots and blasts at these elements. Fire is the most used element, but can be used with anything from wind, ice, electricity, water, etc. Okay. And I appreciate the fact that you're like, okay, I want to give this character use of a whole bunch of different dust cartridges. So you limited them. Okay, it's a bow staff that can just use bursts of these dust, rather than being like, okay, I'm going to give them all these types of dust, then 3 transformations, and then this, and then this, and then this. You kept it simple, and we're just like, this is the dust specialist. We're going with that. I like that. Eye protection is important, yes. Or did call Ren what's basically a ninja in Volume 3. I know, I'm aware. But what's basically a ninja, not an actual ninja. Ren does not know substitution jutsus, hence why he got slammed against a wall and, you know, collapsed to the ground after being flung by the Deathstalker in Volume 3. Volume 2. Volume 1. Deathstalker fight was Volume 1. I am stumbling over myself. Not inspired by any fairy tale. Natsu Dragneel. Her design philosophy was inspired by both her own color palette and influenced by Hawaiian culture. Oh, fire dancing. Yeah. Yeah, okay. UV burn on the eyes is painful, trust me. Yeah, don't look at it. Don't stare directly at the sun, and especially don't stare directly at the sun during an eclipse. As long since I saw fire dancing? Yeah. Backstory. Growing up along the coastal area of Vacuo, Natsu comes from the lineage of original settlers of Vacuo, the ones who found the original oasis. Learning from the initial story, wouldn't most Vacuans also be, like, somewhere in their history? I guess not all of them, because a lot of people would have come to Vacuo later. Okay. Learning of this initial history from her grandmother, she would live by a more hardworking philosophy to ensure such tragedy does not happen again to the natural world and people. She would live by a more hardworking philosophy to ensure such tragedy. What tragedy? Because as far as I'm aware, Vacuo wasn't initially as much of a desert as it is now. It's because of all of the dust mining that it became largely desert, right? Is that the tragedy that you're referring to? I'm guessing it is. Hardworking philosophy to ensure that such a tragedy doesn't happen again. To the natural world and people. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay. Spent much of her days reading and learning as much as possible in the realms of sciences, to where she essentially would be considered a genius. Okay. From there, she would craft many inventions, including her weapon, which she would craft to emulate her grandmother's esoteric fire dances. Many inventions in Vacuo, though. Try to what happened to the original oasis and the original settlers that were taken over. Ah, okay. Makes sense. With Vacuo prioritizing strength and survival, she was seen as an outcast for her intellectual pursuits. Still, she hoped to cling to the world with her talents, or hoped to change the world with her talents, and become a huntress at Shade Academy. Can't speak today. Currently serving as a second-year student with Cyan, Iris, and Bree. She'd be limited in the amount of inventions that she can create in Vacuo with its limited resources, right? So, but yeah, interesting. These taking the definition of rope dagger. Oh, pretty much, but she still tried. Fair enough. Fair enough. Made do with what she had, and that in and of itself is its own form. That is ingenuity. She's kind of weirdo by Vacuum standards. Yeah, they value strength above everything else. Brianna or Bree Despero. I'm guessing that's the way it's pronounced, that the X is silent. Age 18. Semblance is static. By making physical contact, static allows Bree to temporarily paralyze her target. A sensation described like intense pins and needles. Okay. Effectiveness of this technique is made even more devastating when hitting a pressure point and enhanced with electricity lightning dust. So she has to stay in contact with them, right? Semblance even allows her to paralyze an opponent's semblance, temporarily stopping them from using it, which is a powerful secret weapon. Some semblances, for sure, it would prevent them from using it because it would require a lot of focus. Other semblances that don't require as much focus, Crow semblance, for example, like, he wouldn't need much focus to just pulse his aura into, like, okay, bad luck for everyone. I don't know if it would be able to stop every single semblance. A lot of them, yes, like Sun's semblance or Blake's, like anything that requires focus, yeah, that would definitely work. But all semblances, maybe not. Weapon's name, Sanguine Thorns. That's a sweet name for a weapon. Twin silver rope darts vaguely resembling sewing needles, with red ropes wrapped around their ends, can be used as long-range rope darts or daggers. I like it. No firearms or dust capabilities. But still, electrified hands with lightning dust, I'm sure that they can conduct electricity at the very least. Smug Mouse. Yes. Color naming inspiration, Breeze. Soft French cheese with a white outer rind and a creamy yellow interior. Despero means sorrow. Sad cheese! No! Oh no, not the sad cheese. The Tale of Despero serves as the primary inspiration for both Bree's last name, backstory, and her primary weapon. Born as a mouse faunus in menagerie that grew up in more impoverished conditions, usually sick and bedridden most days, but managed to make other friends with other faunus kids. Fortunately, said friends would get more into criminal behaviors, not White Fang related. If they were impoverished, probably stealing to survive, I would imagine. As they grew older, so Bree had to turn away from them, eventually moving to Vale for better living conditions and opportunity. Inspired by comic book superheroes, she hoped to become a huntress, but failed to get into Beacon, but qualified for Shade. She became part of Team Cinnabar, currently second year student with Cyan, Iris, and Natsu. Antithesis to her overall character, ironically. I love it. She seems like a very, from her picture at least, she seems very bubbly and happy, and then she's gonna taser people. Oh, that's going to be a sad day for the opponents in the Vital Festival tournament. They're going to see some happy, bubbly mouse come up to them, and they're going to feel the shocking sensation of their life as they crumple to the ground. I love it. Yeah, great characters. Except for the couple little points that I've mentioned here and there. Like the major event in Mistral being unprecedented and little things like that. I'd say overall, like, great characters. I love them. They're great. I love, obviously, my opinions on Iris are pretty clear. But yeah, all of them seem fantastic. I gotta say, out of the 3 new characters, Sad Mouse, definitely. You should look at Smash's comic art. Oh, and RWBY art? I shall have to do that after stream. But yeah, great characters. Great characters, Kimiko. I appreciate it. When you get the chance, of course. Yeah. That's just a bit of... Yeah, you can post a bit more on the art channel. Sure, if there's other things that you'd like me to go over. I'll just clean this up a little bit. Let's see. Oh. Bree's best smug mouse. Well, I mean, from what I've read here, she doesn't seem like smug mouse. Happy-go-lucky mouse, sure, but smug, smooth criminal mouse. But she's not criminal. She turned away from the life of crime. Yeah, specifically turned into more criminal behaviors. She turned away from it. Colonel Halo, I did not. Are artworks of the characters submitted separately? Yes. I mean, they can be submitted in the exact same document. And character artwork does not... You don't need to redeem channel points for character artwork. It's just the text that you need. Character artwork. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Damn, that's the motion that you're capturing with the different poses, attacks, artwork. That's talent. Holy crap. That's so good. Holy cow. Wow. And then Smug Mouse. Making frosting. Ooh, good luck, cats. I'm sure the cake will turn out fantastic. Wait till you see the comic, then you see why I call her Smug Mouse. Ah, I see. Well, I mean, image in the bottom right here. You can see a little bit of the smug. Give it for cats. Couldn't have done it without them. Oh! Could work cats as well. Both very talented. This is excellent. Sunglasses! She does have sunglasses. But why does she have sunglasses? She's the one emitting the light. Well, I mean, she's the one at the epicenter of the light, so it makes sense that she has sunglasses. Where are the sunglasses for everyone else? They're going to be blind by the time they're 20. But yeah, these are all very, very well done. Thank you for sharing your characters. These are great. I look forward to seeing the comic later on. Yeah. Iris is already half blind. Save this girl, please! She needs her eyesight! Especially when you have a girl that glows with the light of the sun. Put the prologue in the submissions. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. The prologue to the Vital Festival. So this is Team RWBY. Today we have a special collaboration between the Vital Festival. Oh, the Guild of Eternal Flame! Oh my god! So many fans across the Remnant came out to show their support for the teams. Weiss's life. Weiss for the win. This is amazing. I love this. Rooting for Iris. This is incredible. Holy. I'm not gonna say it like that. Both some unique team. I see. And then Team RWBY versus Beacon's best and brightest new team. Wow, the differences. Is this Port announcing this, or is this Oobleck? Which one of them is it? That's also, I do gotta wonder. Does Cyan struggle the same way that Piers does? Is an exhibition match using the Vital Festival, non-official max, the Phoenix Festival is canon. Yeah, all good, all good. 157 of comic pages in RWBY art. Oh my god. Feel like it's Port? Yeah, it could be either or. That's fair. No. Need to go here. There we go. That suit is so cool. It's dust coursing through it. Did you make that? Let's start off with hello. My name is yes. I'm RWBY. Cyan. Bet your weapon is just as cool. Oh, just you wait. Smug Mouse. I see. What's wrong? Sourpuss. Rude. Wow. Just knew immediately. How? I understand Penny knowing. Faunus Sixth Sense? More quickly. Aha. So Waishni, the heiress of the SDC. Rather well versed in dust. Cut to the. How does Weiss know about her? I Shni the smug. I sense. Oh, I thought that said I Shni. I sense the smug condescension. Gonna smack her. Yes. Here you're tough. Place the top 10 and something at the Phoenix Festival thing. Yang, show some respect. Don't you dare hold back. Fighting spirit, I see. And then, yep, preparing for the fight. I see the smug mouse. She's from Menagerie? Oh, right. Fair point. Cat versus mouse, battle of the ages, indeed. I love that. That's great. Thank you for sharing that, Kimiko. I appreciate it. Weiss with her glyphs. Dang. This is fantastic. Very well done. I love it. Holy. That is incredible. There's a comic continues with the greatness. I shall have to read that later. But with that being said, is there anything else you'd like me to comment on? Anything else you'd like to ask? The final fight of this whole thing. Ooh, okay. Okay, so it's a comic of just the hypothetical Vital Festival tournament. Okay, okay. I'll definitely be curious to see how it ends up. And it gets better and better with each page. All right. Oh, it's this fight in its entirety. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. I look forward to seeing it, because this takes a lot of work to be able to draw out all of these different panels. Because you're drawing this by hand, yeah? Because these are, at least from what I'm guessing, is like pencil drawings, yes? Because that's so much to be able to draw all of this. Yep, all by hand. That's incredible. Holy. To be able to draw all of this, that's amazing. Wow. Did this for nearly 2 years now? That's dedication. Feel bad for make the most of the smug mouse. Well, I mean, yeah, fair. Blake didn't really do anything to deserve that, but smug mouse is smug mouse, I suppose. All right. Well, is there anything more you'd like me to comment on, or any questions you have that I can answer? Because with that being said, well, good, thank you. Well, thank you for showing your characters. I appreciate it. It was great to see Iris again, and it was great to meet the rest of her team. That was fantastic. That was amazing. Now, though, that brings us to the end of the first 9 characters. Recruit did submit one OC redemption, but said it was just a donation for someone else. So I can review someone else's, or I can, for now, I think I'm going to open up the next 10, and if there is someone else who is ready that would like to take up Recruit's kind offer, then yeah, we've already gone through 9. But I will open up the OC review for 10 more slots for anyone else who would like to redeem. Okay, Cardinal Halo got in. Had too much fun to even realize? Yeah, we've been streaming for almost 3 hours already. Gotten through 9 submissions, and yeah. Okay. I feel like I should wait to accumulate more artwork. I did torture the bird enough. Well, take the charity submission if no one else wants to. Sure, Fable Draconian. Since you were the first to request it, yeah. Submit your next character. You can post it in the OC review submissions. Yeah, we'll go with that. Watch our Dema team, but not at desk and cake. Well, there'll be other OC review streams. Enjoy your birthday, though, cats. Enjoy your birthday. At 18.5k feathers. Ah, so need to build it up? Okay. You were at 16k at the beginning of stream, yes? If I remember correctly? So, hydrate. I just drank water, too. Ooh, 50k. No, 17.5. Oh. Okay, so it was about 1,000 in almost 3 hours. That, unfortunately, does not bode well for reaching 20k by the end of stream. But there will be other OC streams. So, they got 19k, so 19k again. Thank you guys for helping on Team Cinnabar, and happy birthday. Yeah! Kat's birthday, and Kat's is giving gifts. But, man, I really do look forward to reading the rest of that comic. That was amazing. Checking if you have one for review? Yeah! You're welcome, cats. You're welcome. Oh, 11k yourself. Okay, okay. So, more than halfway to a single page. So that means by the next OC review, which should be 3 to 4 months from now, it is the 1st of March. So, April, May... we can probably try to aim for early June then, either the 5th, 12th, or 19th. Probably the 5th or 12th, if anything. Yeah. Building up for sure? Yeah. Trish seems to be slow on giving points, and is making everyone get them from streaks. Oh, right. They are. I see whenever a stream streak pops up that there are so many channel points that are gifted out, and it's like 500 almost. It's like 450 for a lot of them that I see. Maybe those are just higher streaks. I'm not exactly sure. Gotta decide who to use. Well, there'll be time. You always got to figure it out, fine tune things, and the thing is, it doesn't have to be a single character on one page. If you're like, okay, I just want advice on like my entire team's semblances, then you can just take the page to describe 4 different semblances or things like that. Could put in Autumn Dusk. Ooh, sure, if you want. What's up, Bloody? All right. Ooh. She's got a microphone? Is that... Am I reading that? Am I looking? Huh. Let's go there. That looks like a microphone. Huh. Let's go here. There, okay. And Val, you got him for the OC review. Yeah. It's 20k for one page. It's 20k for one page. I need to limit it because, as we've seen already, since I do these every 3 months or so, like 10 pages takes me like 2.5 hours to go through. More than that. I got through 9 pages of OC description in about 2.5 hours. So, Black Sheep, hello. How goes? Just checking? Yeah, all good. Would you be able to review emblems? Sure, I can review emblems. Yeah, I can review emblems. But Yeah. Where's the OC Review submissions channel? It's in Discord underneath the Phoenix streaming. OC Review submissions should be just under stream announcements. All right. So we have another of Fabled Draconians. OCs. So we can go back here. Okay. All OCs in RWBY, with the majority of their stories taking place before, are near the Mountain Glen events. Yep. Ebony Quinn, a reference to Ore from Elder Scrolls. I have not played Elder Scrolls, so I do not understand the reference. Codename Whiskers. Ooh. Oh, is that her emblem? Female human. It's a human with the codename Whiskers. Interesting. Owner of, quote, Quacking Styles. That is a name. Vale, formerly Atlas, 30 years old, Team Leather. Weapon is wrist gravity / paralyzed dart launchers. Obsidian blade and a microphone named Needle's Fall. And Wally? Semblance, Twin Touch. Ability to copy a person's semblance. Okay. Copy semblances are tough. They're one of the more popular abilities that people try to bring in, but they're really difficult to actually balance properly. Ebony, an only child, grew up with her father, Scardy Quinn, who is a scientist with a mild Parkinson's disease, which Ebony has a small portion of. So that would get progressive as she aged, yes? At age 10, Ebony's birth mother, Bridget Toffer, left the family, claiming that Scardy wasn't popular enough. Oh. Hope it opens. What kind of file is that? Val? .rtf? I don't know what type of file that is. Can you submit it as a PDF or Word document? Because I don't know if I'll be able to open it, and I'm not familiar with that file type. Okay, so the needle launchers, yeah. But her mother left because her father wasn't popular enough? That's rude. During the few years of schooling, Ebony was constantly bullied because of her semblance. Disease making it worse. She was bullied because of her semblance? Ebony has neurodermatitis of the ocean. I'm not familiar. I feel like I've heard that term before, but I'm not familiar with the definition of it. Later in life, Ebony found a passion to sew and create clothes, which many call a fashionista. If Ebony gets spooked or anything causes her to faint, her brain gets confused and requires medical attention and a 12-hour sleep to reset herself. Huh. After he used to be an Elysian bomb disposal droid, but due to constant neglect, got sent to the trap heap where Rusty found him and repaired him. Now Otter helps Ebony keep track of her sales and purchases for a fashion store while also monitoring her health. Huh. This type of young onset Parkinson's disease, but assuming the dad got the disease, the average older age, it probably wouldn't affect her in her 20s. We're looking at something like multiple sclerosis instead. I would listen to the doctor's orders. Bloody is the medical expert in chat. I would absolutely defer to her expertise in things like these. I am not familiar with neurodermatitis, though. especially neurodermatitis of the ocean. I don't know what that is. But when it comes to copy semblances, it wouldn't necessarily be impossible in the realm of RWBY, but the thing that's difficult with copy semblances is how do you actually make them work? Because when you copy someone's semblance, sure, okay, you're able to utilize their abilities, but one, you need to know what their ability is, know how it works, how to feel it. Like, just copying a random person's ability, you're not going to be able to use it effectively. Now, utilizing it with your team members, copying your team members' semblances, then not use neurodermatitis, should be thalassophobia. So it's phobia of water is what you're going with. Going for, then? Neurodermatitis are like chronic itching conditions. Okay. I knew dermatitis was the skin, but the neuro, I guess that was because it's induced by thoughts of it? Because thalassophobia would be fear of the water, fear of the ocean. It's what Neptune has, right? Second category, the top of Phoenix streaming, the top of ocean. Yeah, should be there. Still can't find where the Smithy OC page. All I see under stream announcements is stream clips, quotes, and discussions. So Phoenix stream schedule isn't even there? Like, OC review submissions is there. Other people have submitted in it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's there. It's right there. Should be available. Do you have all channels visible? Is fear of the ocean? Yes. This point can't go any faster. You really want to get up to the 20K. What are you at currently, Power Ultra? But, yeah, when it comes to the copying ability, just keep in mind that she'll have to understand how to use the person's semblance. It would take time to train to be able to use it, to be able to use her aura in the same ways that those semblances would be used. And no matter what, she will be less effective at using that semblance than the original user of that semblance. She will not be able to match them under any circumstances, because that is just unrealistic. Because that person, it is their innate semblance. And you also have to make sure that she can only copy people's semblances who have unlocked their semblances, because that's just, trying to find loopholes and ways of telling people what their semblances is otherwise, yeah. Should fear the water like Neptune? So you want there to be some reason why she doesn't go near water? What is the intent that you want her to have towards water? I guess is the best way to go about this. Like, what is your overall intent? Got Halo in? Okay, perfect. Physically could not see it. That's so weird, Cardinal Halo, that it didn't show up. Huh. Hydrophobia is the fear of water. Thalassophobia is fear of bodies of water going out to sea. Okay. Yeah, which makes sense. Yeah, Neptune, if you just splash some water onto him, then he's just terrified, but yeah. Going for semblance with teammates, and only going for base semblance. Yeah, so it'd be like, Killer, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to stream. 720. Ooh. 660, 720. Yeah, to save up for 20k, it might take a little while, but you'll get there. You'll get there, Power Ultra, I'm sure. Fish are going to develop the latter if they were traumatized by rough storms. Ah, okay. No. Okay. Because that gave me the thought of like, should Piers's father have that? But then no, he needs to go back out to see to fit the story. So no. The Rusty escaped Atlas, and a Sea Fae Long attacked her while they were out in the open ocean. That's what she fears. Okay. So she's not necessarily fearing the ocean or the body of water itself. She's fearing what may lurk beneath the water. There is a difference. They can result in the same type of fear, but it can be different things. She could end up fearing just the oceans itself, or just going out into the ocean. But, you know, she could stand in ankle-deep water and be all right. It's just when she goes into where she doesn't know what's beneath her, that's when the anxiety and everything comes up. Now, the Elysian Bomb Disposal Droid. Though it might technically be possible, you don't really see droids publicly available in any capacity, or just tossed aside in junk heaps. That might be an alternate universe thing, I would say. But I do like that the robot just can transform into a backpack. At least what looks like a backpack, or a jetpack, even, maybe. That's cute. Oh god, the piano. Cynthia's theme. Oh no. Oh no. Then what background do I give him? Well, that's the thing. We haven't seen characters in RWBY have their own personal droids at all. The only droids we've seen are the Elysian Knights. And those are exclusive to the military. It seems like exclusive military tech that they'd keep under pretty heavy wraps. I don't know how to fit that into canon. I'll be honest. Yeah. Because the unfortunate thing is that canon, we have to go by what we have seen in canon. It might certainly be possible that people in Atlas, at least the upper echelon of Atlas, might have access to some droid technology, but we just don't know, and therefore we can't call it canon until we do. What are we trying to fit? The little droid here into canon, because we haven't seen personal droids existing in canon RWBY in any capacity. The only droids we've seen are the Elysian Knights, and they aren't really the most advanced droids, I'll be honest. The droids in the black trailer, but that was SDC train thing. And also, it was the black trailer before they really thought out the continuity of things. Really, I'd say volumes 1 to 3, a lot of the things that were shown in there should be taken a bit with a grain of salt, because they didn't really have the continuity of a lot of things really set in stone until volume 4. I feel like with volume 4, that's when they really started on, okay, this is when we're starting to introduce lore, this is when we need to get serious about everything with the show and make things more consistent. Volumes 1 to 3, that's where the rule of cool was happening. That's where in volume 3, they tossed in the maidens kind of like last minute. Like Neo was a last minute addition. A lot of things were just kind of if the droid is in combat or critical to task performing, it's probably too much out there. I have a droid-like thing, but it's more like a scroll and a meme. Yeah, like if it's a robot that you're just specifically controlling, sure. But if it's an AI-controlled droid, it's just beyond anything that we've seen thus far. As I said, it might be possible, we just don't know for sure. There are bomb disposal drones that require an RC pilot that might work in RWBY. Yeah, like those would work. Absolutely. But when it comes to creating, like, so track repaired him, keep track for sales and purchases for fashion store, will also monitor her health. Yeah, it definitely seems, because it's keeping track of her sales and purchases for her fashion store while also monitoring her health. So it definitely seems like an AI-powered droid. And it's like, it sounds like relatively simplistic functions, because, you know, people do have health monitors, but yeah, it's just a little bit outside of the realm of what we know. Ebony's father and Scardy's second wife. Aww, looks like a happy family. AI-wise, may be possible due to Penny, but that's Penny who's very much experimental. And she literally has part of a person's soul put in her that gave her life, that gave her sentience. And Penny is the first of her kind. She's... that's the thing. If you're using something that is one of a kind as a basis for your OC, that is breaking canon, unfortunately. Yeah, one of a kind droid. Gynoid? Gynoid? Cyborg? No, she wasn't a cyborg, I don't think. She would qualify. Some of the bomb disposal drones IRL. Fits my head is the one Blake and Adam fought in the Black Trailer prototypes season 3 of the final product. The trailers especially, I would not use them to make canon anything off of, because they were literally made just to look cool. They were not made with any continuity in mind, because none of those droids that we saw in the Black Trailer were ever seen again in the show. So, see what Luke Fox's AI assistant flies. Put in one of the flight droids saw on Mantle, then I'd say it's possible. You make a good point. But the AI assistants that Fox has... It's been a while since I've read After the Fall and Before the Dawn, but it's more just telling him what's around. It can't actually hold conversations with him. It doesn't actually think for itself, does it? It's not... I didn't think it was actually AI. I thought it was just an assistive device. They have nothing to do with OC, but just trying to explain how in my head explained where the Black Trailer fit into the story. Ah, okay. She was the first and last of her kind. Huh. Season 3 was the final product? Dream was basically Alexa and a fully automated droid. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well. Used to be uses beeps to communicate. Still, like R2D2 type thing, it's still thinking for itself though, and able to kind of keep track of all of these things, know what to do in these instances. Now, if it was a robot that was programmed to do specific functions, And, like... Excuse me? Okay, excuse me? You don't need to shove your butt in my face. What are you doing, Fluffball? Rude. Star Wars droids are sentient AI when you put them under a microscope. At least those with heuristic processors. Yeah. It's tough. Because the functions aren't like anything world-breaking that you want the robot to do. But it's enough where it's like it kind of does have to think for itself to perform all these different functions. It's just slightly out of the realm of what we've seen that's capable, or what we could presume that is capable for the average person to have. You Maddie no longer the center of attention? Yeah, this is true. He likes being the center of attention. It's to track sales and to monitor health, and that's 100% something she could put into a droid. I don't... The thing is, the technology exists within Remnant. We know it does. The Atlesian soldiers, they could be programmed to do something like that. The question is, would that kind of technology exist to the point where, one, they'd be tossing it out in a trash heap, and two, regular people be able to get their hands on it and be able to work with it, repair it, and utilize it. That's the main thing. Whether it's possible or not, yes, it's possible within the realm of the RWBY universe. But that technology is just not widely available. We've only seen it with the Atlesian Knights and Penny to a much higher extent. It's possible, but it being able to be given to the average person, yes. That's the thing. For it to exist within canon RWBY OC, it needs to be something attainable by the relatively average person. Once you put your character in such a unique circumstance where they become like one of a kind, then, I mean, all characters are going to be unique, but like one of a kind compared to anyone else in RWBY that's outside of their possibilities, then it starts becoming alternate universe, unfortunately. Autonomy, the other functions work, yeah. The autonomy to be able to, okay, if something goes wrong with the sales, or would they like keeping track of sales and purchases, that's just numbers. Technology can do numbers. But then again, that's what like Excel sheets are for. I don't know, something to think about at least. Something to think about. Yeah, like, it's frustrating because it is... The functions that you want to use it for are possible. But it's just... I can't call that, like, fully canon, because once you... Because if, hypothetically saying, I'm gonna forget things, the long-term memory is better than short-term? Okay. Take a self-spreadsheet with notification settings and making it unnecessarily complex. Found repaired is questionable. The functions are good. Yeah, the functions are possible within RWBY, yes. I don't know why it's purple. It's scaring me. I don't know why, but it's starring out what you're saying. I don't know why *** CH is purple, is the way it's appearing on my end. Yeah, it's appearing that way on stream too. Interesting. Huh. But what was I saying before? Oh yeah. Like, hypothetically, if hypothetically speaking, if I had said that, okay, we'll assume that this is canon, hypothetically, then that opens the door for a whole bunch of other people to be like, okay, well, I'm gonna give them, like my OC, a little droid that can then, I don't know, carry around dust crystals and like help restock weapons or this, that, and the other, and then they just slight things just start becoming more plausible. Wasn't flagged as bad, so I have no idea. Yeah, it's weird. It's pretty much with ready taken out. Huh. Yeah. So, unfortunately, I don't have a good solution to this right now. Maybe discuss with some people in the Discord server. Maybe they'll have some other ideas. Because it's frustrating because it's so close. It is plausible within the RWBY series. It's just whether that technology would be accessible is the thing. But other than that, is there anything else I can touch on? Any other questions that you have? Because we touched on the Parkinson's, neurodermatitis, the disposal droid. I mentioned the semblance. The gravity paralyzed dart launcher. What's the microphone used for? Why does she have a microphone? Because she has just having a side knife. I mean, Ren has one of those. That's fine. The dart launcher, but why does she have a microphone? Because did not submit nearly as much as everyone else here. No worries, Cardinal. No worries. If that's the thing, if you just want to submit like brief things, I'm fine with that. You don't need to submit a lot. Positive personal thing to make sure you have offensive language filter off. Maybe it's something automatically set up by Twitch that they are just like very harsh on certain things. I don't know. At 800 points, 19,200 more to go. You'll get there, Power Ultra. You'll get there. A lot of people have been saving up their points for like months and years even. So, the answer all. Microphone is used when Ebony uses turquoise semblance. Oh, okay. You know what? That makes sense. Wouldn't... But turquoise doesn't have a microphone. And he's a crit. Okay. And he's got crit. There we go. Redeemed 2. Okay, okay. Well, now we do need to move on to the next characters submitted. So thank you for submitting your third character, Fabled Draconian. I appreciate it. Also, make sure to thank Recruit when you see them next time in stream for redeeming for you. As Hypnosis. Oh, okay. Hypnosis is also a hard semblance to balance. First stream I was able to make. I've been following students since I was in high school. You make me sound so old, Cardinal. You make me sound old. My bones are turning to dust as we speak. All right, but the next submission was Cardinal Halo, or yeah, it was Cardinal Halos. So I will review Cardinal Halos next. Then we'll go there. Go here. What do you mean you didn't submit as much? You submitted plenty, Cardinal Halo. You got a full page here. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Dunfossil Ruskin's Twitch, it's a web address? Oh, Twitch thinks it's a web address. Yes, I guess that would make sense because I do have sharing links turned off in chat. Because that just seems like a dangerous territory. Ugh. Let's go here. Okay. Grandma's cooking up something good. Ooh, nice. Ooh. Depends when you graduated. Yeah, you're welcome, Fable Draconian. Thank you for submitting your character. And thank you for the blessings. I appreciate it. Okay, Cardinal Halo's characters. Got a page with four different characters on it. So, mainly looking at semblance, weapons, brief story synopsis. All good. Okay, can open this. Team Crown is a team that went to Beacon Academy, graduated from Vacuo a year after the fall of Beacon. Okay, so they went to Beacon, were there for the fall, and then went over to Vacuo. Cronus Vinyl, semblance telekinetic. He can control the amount of kinetic energy in an organic object to slow it to a crawl or speed it up. What level of telekinesis do you want him to have? Like, he can only accelerate or slow down something already in motion? Or are we talking like Glinda Goodwitch levels here that he can just... Because that'd be a lot. Weapon, Warrior's Revenge, a spear that Cronus made himself, mixing wind, ice, fire, and earth dust to make up for his lack of long-range capabilities. Tip of his spear is the hilt of his brother's axe. Cronus had a normal childhood until the age of 6 when his elder brother of 15 years and a huntsman was killed right in front of him when defending his village from bandits. Trained rigorously and joined Beacon Academy to get stronger in order to get revenge. Okay. So he forged a spear that has wind, ice, fire, and earth dust in it. Okay. Yeah, that could make sense coming from Beacon. I could see that. Yeah. It'd take time to learn how to utilize all the different elements of the dust, but yeah, it makes sense. I'm just curious how powerful you want the telekinetic ability to be. Telekinetic and telekinesis are two different things. You basically can zap the kinetic energy from a moving object to slow it down, or add kinetic energy to a moving object to speed it up. Okay. Interesting. So it already has to be in motion. Does he... Do you want... Okay. Since he can absorb kinetic energy to slow something down, does he need to absorb kinetic energy to then accelerate or add kinetic energy to something? Or does he convert his aura into kinetic energy? Cronus is top left, done by Daisy. Oh, Daisy's artwork! Willow bottom left is done by Sci-Fi. Oh! Rosa Nova top and bottom right done by Cats. Yeah. Okay. Rosa Star. Semblance is Showstopper. Allows Rosa to take any dust she touches and causes it to implode on itself. Oh. So she just cancels out dust entirely. That's rough. Converts aura to kinetic energy. Okay. Makes sense. So when it's slowing something down, that is essentially adding kinetic energy in the reverse directionality of where the object's moving then. Because if it's converting aura to kinetic energy, then absorbing kinetic energy is technically something different. Weapon. Maker of Peace. A hammer that can turn into a semi-auto shotgun. Oof. That's a brutal weapon. Nora would be proud. Daughter of a leader of a group of bandits in Vacuo. She had her entire childhood focused on fighting. She, however, managed to escape to Beacon Academy, where she became a member of Team Crown, where she helped Cronus to hunt those responsible for his brother's death to make sure that they could not repeat their crimes on anyone else. I'm guessing that was after they were at Beacon Academy. Also, she escaped Vacuo only to have Beacon fall and then be sent back there afterwards. That's gotta suck. Kinda, yeah. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. You're gonna be making like 8 pounds of pasta? Don't tell me you're gonna eat all that in one sitting. That's a lot. But also, I've done similar, so... Was in pain afterwards, but I think I did it. Don't play Monster Hunter on an empty stomach. The food they have looks too good. Okay, I won't tell you that. Alright, well, enjoy the food coma afterwards. Alright. Next character named Willow or Willie Black. I'm gonna guess, yeah, bottom left. Semblance picturesque attachment. Allows Willow to teleport to any location that he holds as emotionally significant. Okay. I understand Raven is used as the basis for this. And it's only to specific locations. So power level wise, it's balanced. But the problem is we just don't know the exact functionality of Raven's semblance. We know that she can teleport to people that she holds emotionally close to herself, but how the aura signatures are attached is the issue. Well, she has the attachment to the person's aura. I guess in this case, it'd have to be emotionally significant and, especially based on the name, picturesque attachment, Willow or Willie would have to be able to conjure a detailed image of the place in their mind to be able to teleport to it. Yeah, I guess that could work. You'd have to limit the number of locations that they'd be able to teleport to. But, you know, ones that he'd hold emotionally significant probably wouldn't be, like, every place he's ever visited. Weapon is Injustice Destruction. Gauntlets on his hands that he loads with fire dust rounds. Ooh, he's going to be punching people into the oblivion. Yang would be proud. A son of an Atlesian elitist, grew up with a life that most would adore, and while he enjoyed his childhood, he refused to maintain his status quo by standing on the backs of others. I'm curious where that mindset came from. Leaving for Vale when he joined Beacon Academy and joined Team Crown as the close-range expert. The money man of the team, inheriting money and the family business from the death of his father, who got mauled by a Grim after trying to get his son to return under his control. I am curious how his father ended up in that situation where he was there with a Grim. Was he dumb enough to try to kidnap his son while he was out on a mission hunting Grim? That won't just be me. Okay. He only has like 5 in the entire story? Yeah, then that should probably work. It's an ODST helmet? If his father's a wealthy businessman, then for him to put himself in a situation where he got mauled to death by a Grim, I gotta say, his father's kind of a dumbass. Like, don't put yourself in that situation. Trying to drag your son back, don't follow him out on a mission. Last character is Nova Vine. Size shift. Allows Nova to change the size of any object that she touches, but cannot make anything bigger than a coffee table or smaller than a scroll. And this is not a permanent size shift. It would be as long as it's imbued with her aura. Yeah. Follow the sun just outside the city when he got mauled. Bad luck. Okay. Because, yeah, that's one thing. It can't be permanently changing the size. It would have to be just as long as it's imbued with the aura. Weapon, Sunflower's Thorn. A Fuma Shuriken with a shotgun built into each blade. Don't know how the functionality of that would work exactly. A shotgun built into each blade. I don't know if that weapon would be all that functional. It'll last for maximum like 5 minutes. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'd say that's pretty balanced then. That'd be a fun semblance to work with. It says of any object, so specifically not people, which is good. As a daughter of a professor of Haven Academy, she was expected to attend the same school, but was drawn to Beacon Academy, where she joined Team Crown as the only member of Team Crown below 5 feet tall. Small bean! Even though she is the oldest on the team. It's always the little ones that are the oldest. After the fall of Beacon, she shortly returned to Mistral, to Haven Academy, where she found out her father disappeared and was presumed dead. Ooh. Want to build an IRL and show you? I mean, you could, yeah. But I'm just thinking, based on the directionality that the barrels are pointing, that they're pointing directly out, if you throw the shuriken and it's spinning, if those shotguns started firing, one, you wouldn't be able to control the direction that those shotguns are firing because that thing's spinning. You're just firing in all directions at that point. And if all 4 of them are firing at once, then that's fine because the kinetic energy would be net neutral and the shuriken could still keep spinning. If one of them was firing when the others weren't, that thing would be thrown way off course. The shotguns also, with their orientations pointing directly out, would not be increasing the speed of the spin at all. Now, if they were angled slightly in the direction that it was spinning, then it would start spinning faster, like the Beyblade getting an acceleration. But, you know. Now, if it was friendly fire, though, exactly. Hell, she could throw it outwards and then it fires in all directions. Either it hits her teammates or comes back at her. Like, that's a dangerous weapon. Now, if it was a shotgun that had the blades on top, that could then fold out into a shuriken that well, no, then it'd be off balanced. Because you wouldn't have the same weight on each of the blades. One blade that the shotgun would be attached to would be larger. There would be where RWBY's rule of cool physics come into play. Okay, that's fair. But how do you account for friendly fire? Because I'm assuming you want it to be thrown and then have the shotguns fire, right? Does she just throw it and then immediately duck behind something? Like hit the deck? Because that... it does sound like a collateral damage, yeah. Yeah. That's an interesting weapon to be sure, but dangerous. Load with slugs and tell everyone to duck. Yeah. You'd have to make sure that that thing's thrown like dead straight though, because if it's even slightly angled, then someone might hit the deck and still get shot. Treat it like a grenade? Pretty much. Pretty much. But yeah, rule of cool definitely works with the transformation of weapons and some functionality, like in this case. So yeah, I can understand that. Current fights are fired one at a time, but shortly before impact to get around blocks. But yeah. So how does she control the firing of the shotguns after she's thrown it? Spinning through the air, she doesn't have contact with it anymore. How does she then, okay, trigger it now? Does she have it like controlled on her scroll so she can just click a button and then it fires? Behind her and her teammates were also behind her. I don't know that anyone was standing directly behind Crescent Rose. Her teammates have been standing adjacently behind her, yeah, multiple times, but I don't think anyone was standing, like, directly behind her where they were in the line of fire. That's why I asked if something was tied to it like Blake's weapon. Ah, okay. Trigger with a time limit before firing. Okay. How do you guarantee it's going to fight or fire at the correct orientation that you want it to? Because, as you mentioned, when you choreograph fights, it would fire one at a time, but shortly before impact to get around blocks. Prayer. It sounds like that might be the case. Because if it's spinning at an enemy and coming in, and you want to get around blocks, like someone goes to block it, one shotgun fires, it could fire from behind or on an angle. Because if it fired from behind and just the impact went straight, then it would just feed right into their block. If it was at an angle, then it could careen around their block, or possibly just shoot it off course and miss the target entirely. If it's shot at the person, then yeah, that could probably just take out their block right there. A proxy fuse for it? How would that work? I'm not familiar with a proxy fuse. Discover proximity fuses the flak guns on ships during World War II. They may help you with this? Interesting. Yeah, that's... other than that, that's the main thing that that I'm curious about. It's just the functionality of the weapon, which I'm sure is something that you can work on. Also, if there's 4 barrels, one for each of the blades, when that blade folds up, because when a Fuma Shuriken, when it's like folded up, the blades like stack nicely together. Now, if there's a shotgun in between, like attached to each of those blades, that means there's a shotgun width between each of them as it's folded up. That's going to be a thick folded weapon. It proxy fuses since the 40s. Okay. Did I just mention on the page? Kronos and Nova get married later in the story. Oh, sure. Yeah, you can show the art. That quad barrel shotgun. Can it fire when folded? I would assume so, yes. I would assume so. But other than that, everything else seems pretty straightforward. The implosion of all types of dust is strong, but any dust, she has to come in physical contact with it and just pretty much detonates the dust. It's called the parry this, you filthy casual move. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, 4 shotgun barrels. The enemy just realizes, and that's when he knew he fucked up. Yeah, that sounds about right. All right. But yeah. So with that, is there anything else that I can touch on or that you'd like me to go over, Cardinal Halo? Because for now, I think we can move on to Val's OC. Absolute density of buckshot. I caramba. Yeah. If that's all right with you. Make it less than lethal, use rubber pellets. Rubber pellets are for training. Okay, focus went to planning to redeem some RWBY AU lore, working on Harry Potter OC's story, finding my way to Naruto OC's ability, sent help. Oh no, Meg, you're into too many different stories. They hurt bad, I promise you that much. Yep, I'd imagine, because I've not been shot with rubber bullets or real bullets, but I've been shot with paintballs, and I'm sure rubber bullets are a step up from paintballs. I can help with all of those domains. Beanbags is for live fire. For live fire? So like... Wouldn't rubber bullets work pretty much the same? Beanbags, rubber bullets? Wouldn't they be interchangeable? Okay. So we'll go to Val's character. Okay. A piece of tech forgot to add was the helmet of Willow, which has the tech scroll has for aura level. Oh. Also sync with the gauntlet so they can see how much ammo is left. Oh, nice. That's useful tech, for sure. Yeah, that fits. Incorporates his scroll into the... Yeah. Orbitalist can kill? Oh, it's rare, but can. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. All right. Val, you are up now. Got your character here. Let's see what we've got here. Name Autumn Dusk, female, 15th of June, 92 PB. Is that pre-Beacon? 92 years pre-Beacon? Oh, does that mean this is a character for the that's going to be growing up or at least becoming an adult throughout the Great War? New desk, internet spotty. Oh, how'd the cake turn out? How'd things turn out, cats? That's a time set we use on the server. Oh! How does the time set work? Is that 92 pre-Beacon or post-Beacon? I'm guessing that's what it's referring to, because that's the main frame of reference we have in the RWBY story. It's either the Great War that you have reference to, or the fall at Beacon. That's kind of generally... It's like after the war of the RWBY story. Okay. So what does PB stand for then? So it's 92 years after the war, after the Great War, which happened about 80 years prior to the start of the RWBY story. So that's about 10 years? 10 to 12 years after the fall of Beacon? And stream discussion. Oh, cute. Cardinals characters as they got married. There's the veil shirt and everything. They seem so happy. And the axe in the background too, with the eye in it. Yeah. For what it was like 10 years after the RWBY storyline. Yes, it's about 10 years after the RWBY storyline. Okay, it's just I'm curious what PB stands for. Like post battle, post. I don't know. Use AGW for after the Great War. Yeah, BGW before the Great War. Guard has to ask Noble again. Ah, okay. Oh, ferret, full body fur. Full body fur. Oh, wow. Aura, goldish yellow, 160 centimeters. Slim but muscular for the body size. Fur color is light dark gray with light gray streaks. We haven't seen any faunus that do have like full body fur. I don't know that it'd be impossible though. I don't know. We've just never seen it in RWBY, so I can't say for certain. Rail redeemed one, okay. Someone with some Cronus's dead older brother with also Huntsman. Oh, is shown with the others. Makes sense. Eyes greenish, hair color light brown. Tire clothing depends on the area. First she has a main form of warmth. Pouch, weapons belt, fur brush. Casual but careful. Like shaded places, especially breeze in summertime. Also, is this OC was a tryout? Is this OC meant for canon or alternate? Well, it's going to be alternate universe since it's post the RWBY storyline. because we don't know how the RWBY storyline ends. So that makes sense. Shaded places, especially with a breeze in the summertime. And Lancer redeemed one. Okay. Needs help from brushing her fur on her back, not able to do it herself. People speaking or screaming next to her while she told everyone to be quiet. So, you know, if someone just by chance ran by screaming like a cat, may not be too happy with that. The weapon is a wrench. Ratchet's weapon. Big enough that it folds into a shotgun for crowd control. That is a blunt weapon to be sure. Oh my god, that wrench is gonna hurt. Semblance's hearing aid. Can hear great distances without any amplification. Distance of hearing depends on the area. Like in forest, it might be a distance up to 500 meters, while open field could be up to 5 kilometers. Makes sense. Less interference for the sound waves. The distance and hearing, everything, unexpected distance, it will drain the aura. The greater the distance, clear sound, distance needs more concentration. Yep, makes sense. She just channels her aura to her ears to make her hearing that much more sensitive to sounds. Yeah, honestly, it's a good semblance. You've balanced it very well. And one thing I would say, since it is something that's just amplifying one of her senses, the aura drain probably wouldn't be that much. But if she's trying to like raise the sensitivity up really, really high, it probably would, since it's pushing her body beyond normal limits. Now, I'm sure that this goes without saying, but my god, this character has to be so careful. Because if she's amplifying her hearing up to like unbelievable degrees to hear things miles away, and then someone sneezes next to her, she's gonna be deaf. Also, yeah, she has a shotgun too. If she uses her semblance and then accidentally fires a shotgun, oh my god. I don't have a character this time. I'll let you pick someone who doesn't have the points to use for your submission. Oh, that's awesome, Lancer. That's very generous. Well, I'll leave it up to chat. If there is someone who has their OC submission ready, then let me know, and or ping Lancer, see if it's all right if you take the submission. But yeah, boomsticks for everyone. Yeah, Lancer, are you okay if Ved goes? Shotguns are great for the reverse, considering how often people get into melee combat. Pretty much every fight that we've seen in RWBY ends in melee combat. So, yeah. Fighting style mainly focuses on close combat with a wrench-like weapon. People are getting bonked, huh? When they are too much to handle, the weapon can turn into a shotgun for crowd control. Makes sense. Yeah. Honestly, that seems pretty balanced. Seems like you've thought out the character pretty well. The only thing that I'm not sure on is the full body fur. That's the only thing that I'm not sure on, just because we haven't seen it in the RWBY series. We've seen people that have had fur, like there's the Fiona's uncle in Atlas had badger or mole paws, essentially, and both of his arms were just mole paws, and they had fur and everything. So just having full body fur, I think it would probably be fine. But because we've seen that Ilya's faunus trait covers her entire body, it's her entire skin, so having the entire body just have fur on it seems plausible enough. Graceful touch of canister. Yeah. That's why she doesn't like people screaming. That makes sense. So, you know, R2-D2 screaming next to her might not be might not be exactly great. But yeah, semblance seems excellent. You have it well balanced. Fighting style, just bonking people with a wrench and blasting them with a shotgun, fits. Yeah. Honestly, I think you've balanced the character very well, Val. Is there anything else that you'd like me to comment on, or first wasn't sure about it too, but because we haven't seen one with full body fur. Yeah, we haven't seen it, but based on what we have seen from RWBY, like as I mentioned with Ilya's trait and it being the entirety of her skin, I think it would be plausible. Because it's not like adding the full appendage of an animal or anything like that. It's just fur. That's it. So I think that should probably be fine. Put her against RWBY and see how she goes once Crescent Rose fires. Oh no, yeah, the sniper rifle blast. We have grip scratch out. There's a lot of names for shotgun-like weapons. Has some giraffe's feet, but different color. Huh. Yeah. Who gave Charity feathers? Recruit and Lancer. They were the two that gave Charity feathers. Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like me to comment on, Val? Anything else you'd like me to go over? Any questions you have? Because honestly, everything seems pretty good as far as I can see. I've done it in the past, just not this stream. Yeah. I think the amount that we have currently is probably good for this stream, because we have 2 from Niska Crit, and then 1 from Rail, 1 from Lancer, 4 Ved. So I think those are probably good. That'll bring us around 5 p.m. or a 5-hour stream, and I think that's probably a pretty good amount, I think. May have one coming up. We'll drop points if I'm ready. Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want to drop one as well, we can probably fit one more in. Or are you exhausted? I'm not exhausted. It's just more of when dinner ends up being. I hope that sounds like more fitting within the rules until we know more of what RWBY brings in the future. Yeah, I imagine it should be fine. I don't see anything with just having full body fur that would break RWBY canon or anything like that. It's just we haven't seen it. And that's basically the only thing. Honestly, I'd say it's probably fine to do that. As long as it's just the fur and not adding anything else on top of that. But yeah, good OC. Thank you for sharing, Val. I appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing what you do with the other OCs. For now, then we can move on to Aniska Crit's OCs. Nyx, hello. And let's see here. Ooh. Let's see, review submission. So we'll go there. AU, where magic is real, royal bloodlines, and have an animal pet. Okay. Okay, I thought I was going insane there for a moment. I'm just like, wait, what am I missing here? No, the OC's name are Rudy and RWBY. I'm guessing there is intent behind that, obviously, but that confused me there for a moment. I can feel a sneeze coming. It's at the tip of my nose. And no, it's gone. Okay. Height of 5 feet, and they're twins. Why do people... That's gonna get so confusing. You ever feel a sneeze coming? Not gonna blow your nose right away? Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Sneezes now? I wish. Kitty head scratches. Yeah. This cat is out cold. He did not react at all. Okay, so then we'll switch back over to here. We'll start with Ruby, as that was the one that was submitted first. Sweepy kitty, indeed. Yeet the cat to wake him up? No, I'm not going to trebuchet the cat. Okay. Name's Ruby, age 15, female. Okay, personality acts cold, matter of fact, and trusts few people. Guarded. Ruby's emotions are kept from other people. Believes in protecting the weak. May 22nd at exactly 11:59 p.m. Nearly. Oh, I get what this means. At exactly 11:59 p.m. I'm going to guess that Rudy is either right at midnight or 12:01, meaning they're born on separate days, meaning that Ruby is older. You can tell the difference by looking at them. That's fair. But when people are calling out their names, they're both going to turn around. Or like calling for Ruby, both Ruby and Rudy are going to turn around because they sound so familiar. Give me a moment and play as kids. Do you regret playing? They would headbutt each other to try to make each other sneeze? What does headbutting... Does headbutting make you sneeze? I feel like that's just going to give you a concussion. What? Okay. Element wind. Oh, Gemini. And a raven. Ooh, okay. Bow weapon. Okay. Combat archery with black magic. Ooh. Raven has night vision, so they fight at night. Okay. Because remember, this is alternate universe. Magic exists. And they have animal companions. So, black magic, though, is interesting. Now, in RWBY, it doesn't seem like they actually had specifications between, like, okay, some people are fire mages, some people are water mages, other people are dark mages, and things like that. They didn't have that specification when we saw the first generation of humanity. So I'm curious how you're gonna work that for your alternate universe. But RWBY known for wind and lightning black magic. Oh my god, the black lightning. Mostly likes to enchant her legs to run faster and her arrows. When she closes her eye, a link is formed with the raven. When the raven and RWBY attack together, the wind becomes lightning to stun. So the raven has elemental capabilities too? Or she can channel magic through the raven. Once attack charges, RWBY can't move and it takes time to focus. The attack shoots in a straight line. If it's water, lightning spreads to whoever's in the water. Yeah, makes sense. After the attack, RWBY needs time to rest, so it takes a lot of magic and stamina. Okay. Hitting nose hard enough will make a person sneeze, but hitting nose, sure, but headbutting in the nose is just gonna, break their nose. That's so excessive to make someone sneeze. Just, huh! No, just sprinkle pepper in front of their nose or something. Don't break their face. Uncle is the king of X Kingdom. Is X the actual name of the kingdom? Or is that like a name to be determined? Uncle is the king of the kingdom. Mother is the king's sister. Father is the duke. And Rudy is her brother. The one and only princess of X Dukedom. Oh. Well. If the father is the duke and the mother is the king's sister, wouldn't she be a duchess rather than a princess? Because princes and princesses, I'm not all that familiar with monarchies, but princes and princesses are the direct heirs of the king and queen, right? Of the ruling monarch. Raised to be a proper lady, ran away from home after finding her kingdom's secret. Ooh, the kingdoms have secrets. Name work in progress. Okay, makes sense. You put it in easy terms. Fair. Yeah, Duchess. Yeah. Because when it comes to like titles and things like that, I only know this from watching a whole bunch of anime and seeing, you know, the stereotypical isekai protagonist born into a poor family. Oh, I'm the son of a baron, and then I get promoted to all the way up to, like, you know, baron, count, vice count, duke, and so on and so forth. Yeah. But interesting. Wind and lightning black magic. Is, in this world, is black magic forbidden magic, or is this just something that's more exclusive to like royals and types like and things like that? Magic's royal bloodlines of animal pets. Seems ready. Just gotta wait now. 980 points. I mean, you might want to wait to post your stuff, Power Ultra, until you can actually redeem. Or until an actual redeem is made. Just a heads up. Most monarchies would be Duchess. Russia's weird as per usual, and they throw around princes and princesses a lot. Oh, interesting. Okay. And then Rudy is Ruby's brother. 15, male. Yep, called it. 12 a.m. So he's born on a different day. Personality acts warm, imaginative, but still trusts no one. Rudy's thoughts are kept from other people. He will stab you in the back if you're weaker than him. Oh. Believes in trampling over the weak? Oh. Oh, they don't see eye to eye, do they? They do not see eye to eye at all. Oh, no. May 23rd, Gemini, Earth element. Animal's a snake. The weapon is a tower shield. Interesting. Shields normally used for protecting the weak, and yet he believes in trampling over them. That's an interesting dichotomy? Is that the right word? Combat style. Poison counter tank with white magic. White magic is normally for healing as well. Snake has poison. Rudy enchants his shield with a poison with different effects. Uncle is the same. King sister. Father Duke. Ruby's a sister. Next in line for the Duke. Under orders to find his sister. Okay. Interesting. So it sounds like you're starting a full-on, like, brand new... You're introducing a lot of different things into the RWBY universe. The Kingdom of X, or the kingdom that you're creating, do you know... Well, let's start off by saying, in this world, as you're writing it, are there the kingdoms of Vale, Vacuo, Mistral, and Atlas? Do they exist? Or are you creating different kingdoms like this in their places? Anyone can use magic. Black is usually elemental. Oh, okay. Hello, sister battle. Different kingdoms. Okay. Asterling, hello. How many of these scenes that you think Seraph would get along with, and how many do you think they would not get along with? Personality-wise, based on the information you have? That is the hell of a question. I can't answer that with the information that I have. Well, I can answer one of them. I don't think any of them would like the toxic streamer. Based on what I know. I think they'd get along with a lot of the other ones, though. I'm not attacked by that statement. It was not meant as an attack. Not on you. Flattered Farfall will be remembered. Oh, don't worry. I'll be drinking to forget tonight. But, as for Hero Season, he's good crit. Someone with a stronger animal Oh, the stronger animal will be the next ruler. Oh, interesting. So the snake or the raven. I feel like there is a fairy tale that is about a bird. It might be a raven that claws the eyes out of a snake. Doxa streamer crying. Everyone else, yeah, cheering. Everybody loves TNT parties. Oh, might get along with Zelina. But Zelina doesn't. Snakes are apex predators? Yeah. But, you know, hawks eat snakes. For example. Don't ask why I know this lore. So there are still things that are above them in the food chain. There are still things that will prey upon them. So birds can take out snakes. That is confirmed. Because I'm guessing that, you know, the stronger animal, whoever has a stronger animal will be the one to take over the dukedom in this case. Then it'll be the snake versus the raven. Awesome concept for a weapon. Kaiser Fang, a silver blade of an ancient emperor forged in a dragon's flame. That doesn't exactly sound like a RWBY OC weapon, but it is a cool weapon. I will say that much. It was just anything consumable and somehow managed to tame animals that can kill in seconds. Yeah. Just got 19k. Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to get the last 1,000 by the end of stream. I'm sorry, Chaos. I'm sorry. But is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on with your OCs, Niska Crit? Or anything else that you want to share or want to add? Because it sounds like you have the beginnings. They can be equal then? Okay. Because it definitely sounds like... And the thing is, whatever we... When it comes to like ravens versus snakes or anything, show the art? Oh, right. Yeah. The RWBY reference sheet. Let's see. It's not letting me zoom. Yeah. Sorry about that. When it comes to a season, Seraph. Oh, is that Hesper just... This is where we're fighting today would happily accept with very little prodding, I see. Get the last bit of feathers during the stream. Hope so, at least. Maybe. Depends on how much longer stream lasts. But we'll see. The 1K, you're building up points, Power Ultra. You're getting there. But yeah, when it comes to what I was saying before, how I was talking about like birds can kill snakes and things like that. The snake can easily kill the bird as well. Narratively, it's whatever you are going to write it to be. If that is how the next in line to succeed is done. How do you donate feathers? You just redeem and then in chat or in the Discord, just say I'm redeeming for this person. You have 72.5k and really want to share your OCs? Well, but you want to share all of them all at once, right? So if okay, yeah, so you'll probably have to share all 4 of them. Probably the next OC review will be the best time to do so. And then go from there. But with that being said, I think we can move on to the next one to redeem was Rail. So we'll move on to Rail's OC, if that's all right. Redeeming for Chaos, okay. here. But those artworks look awesome. Yeah, they looked really great. Thank you for sharing your characters, Aniska Crit. Your story has a lot going with it. The magics, the animal companions, and the different kingdoms, everything. That's a lot to work with and a lot to write. So best of luck. Best of luck. And rail. Ah, okay. Looks like these. Do you remember who I just submitted before? I just remembered submitted Nixon Salasa. Everyone else is murky. I'm not sure. These are early designs, haven't been polished yet. Yes. All good. And that's why OC review can be helpful. All right, meant for canon. None for these ideas in particular. Very much in the beta phase. Revelation can harden aura into a suit of armor. Hardening aura for sure. Instead of wording it as hardening aura, you could always have it create like an aura construct of armor around a person. I think that probably, because I'm guessing you want it to visibly appear as a suit of armor. Stretch, huh? Oh, yeah. So I'd probably go the aura construct route with that. That he pretty much conjures the aura construct of armor around whatever part of his body that he wants to. That he wants to conjure it around. It would probably be a little bit more aura draining than just hardening your aura, because you're actually conjuring something else, but the thing that you conjure would then take the hit instead, so it might work a bit better defensively, depending on what you want to use it for within writing. So yeah, I think that works. From the Heavens has the ability to cause aura to act like a drill. Potential attributes. RPM of aura drilling depends on the amount of aura put in. And can drill from anything covered/enhanced by aura. Just strengthens a single attack. Like strengthening a single attack, you pumping aura into it and just being an enhanced form of aura strengthening, yeah, that works. For sure. Having aura act like a drill. Yeah, I would like a bit of an explanation. Like, is he, for example, channeling the aura to his hand, having it spin around his hand so that he can then drill into something? Is that what you're thinking? Hypothetically, when is the next OC stream? Probably the beginning of June. That would be the next OC stream. She reminds me of Orihime because of the hairstyles. Kim Possible because of the art style and shape of the face. I see. Basically, yes, that's what she'd do. I'm just trying to think. It's probably possible to create a drill from aura, because it'd essentially just... You could either... I guess you could go the way of having the aura construct, but just having the aura spiral around their hand to be able to, like, drill into something. How powerful do you want this drill to be? Like, do you want it to be able to drill through anything? It would be a fairly aura-intensive semblance to have it go that way. Two completely different people. though. Juna's Nyx's Orihime? Huh? Not Nyx's Orihime? Is that a Gurren Lagann reference? I mean, the drill that pierces the heavens, yeah. It would make sense that that's Gurren Lagann. I think that would be... It can drill from anything covered enhanced by aura. Can you explain that a little bit further? Definitely not through anything, and definitely not easy at the very least. Yeah. Because I'd imagine being able to drill through, like, rock or something. Yeah, that it would take some effort, but you'd be probably able to. That depends on how long your aura would last, too, and how far you'd be able to get. But if you want to be able to drill through, like, reinforced concrete or, like, reinforced steel or things like that, probably not. But I think, like, having the aura be able to spiral around something could work. It's just, I don't know. It depends on what you want it for within the story, if the aura consumption rate of it. Because you'd have to be channeling so much aura and keeping it constantly spinning that it would have to drain your aura pretty quickly. It can be used over the weapon as well. Oh. So it would add some extra oomph to a weapon's strike then. What type of weapon do you expect it to be used with? Or are you planning on using it with? Can't spell and your keys are very close together on your Kindle? Ah, makes sense. Interesting. Amatsukaze. I feel like I've heard that name in an anime before in Speed Semblance. Currently Naginata or a spear. Okay. So I kind of have an idea of what you're thinking, because I've seen different anime before where they have had a spiraling force around like a spear or a weapon, oftentimes like with wind magic or something like that, and then that gives like an extra like force to their spear strikes. So yes, I think that would be possible, able to channel their aura to that, and it would give the kind of spiral effect on the end of their weapon, but it would take a lot of aura. And that also makes sense why the alternative idea would just be strengthening an additional attack, but I kind of understand that you want the visual aspect of it. Both of those options, I think, would be like fairly aura intensive depending on how much you want to push into a single strike, but I think it'd be possible. Yeah, it's based off of Gurren Lagann. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. But yeah, I think that could be possible. But if you want the big showy attack, that's going to drain a lot of aura. But it's possible. I'd say it'd be possible. Next semblance, Flow. Telekinesis semblance. Current weapon paired with an array of devices using water and gravity dust, I'm guessing. Inspired by Final Fantasy XIV Sage weapons. Not familiar with those, unfortunately. Let's see. Final Fantasy Sage weapons. Oh, they have a bunch of little things that float next to them. Interesting. Okay. They're also guns, technically. So it's essentially telekinesis for specific objects is what you're looking for. Like highly specific telekinesis, more so than just moving these things around. You want to be able to have these things move like very specifically, and then like pull the triggers, fire the guns, etc., right? So it wouldn't be as powerful of a telekinesis as Glinda's, but it'd be possibly a little bit more specific control. And so, yeah. Yeah, I think that would be all right. Because we've seen Carmen Esclados do that with her weapons. She has the Sai, the small weapons that she has. And she can control small objects. Now, if you want telekinesis that's just specifically paired with objects, you could have it be something that, leading into the more emotional aspects of things, similar to Raven, that allows the user to telekinetically control small objects that they have that attachment to. So that would limit it to only those specific items, but also give the little bit higher of a range of specificity to be able to maneuver them around and use them like that. I think that'd be okay. It'd be a lot, for example, in the Vital Festival tournament, 1v1. It'd be a lot to keep up with, but then again, we saw Penny with all of her blades and everything going around and firing around, so it'd be less strong than that. So yeah, I think it's alright. Imagine someone created an OC that used an elephant rifle. I think what we're thinking about is the weapon that it's probably one of the most experimental ones I've done. It'd be similar to Penny's, though, right? The Penny's weapons? Kind of. Except it's using dust. And guns instead of lasers. Now, Penny's, of course, were attached to her back via cords that had technology in them that allowed her to control it all. However, this would be through the telekinetic semblance. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all right. But you just need to make sure to word it in a way that gives the extra specificity of control. Because Glinda's semblance, as far as we're aware, wasn't that... I mean, it did have precision. She was able to reassemble the entire cafeteria after Team RWBY destroyed it during the food fight. But then again, it's volumes 1 to 3, and volumes 1 to 3 follow the rule of cool, and Glinda's semblance is also just... She was able to rebuild entire city blocks with her semblance in the matter of seconds. So, like, she's beyond broken. But they're technically lasers if you count pressurized water as lasers. Pressurized water is in fact not a laser, but I get what you mean. Yes, hi, buddy. Glinda's just built different. Yeah. There's something different about her, that's for sure. All right. And then the Amatsukaze, the speed semblance, yeah. Speed semblances are pretty straightforward. But yeah, I think, for the most part, semblances seem pretty good. Since they're in the beta, you'll just be workshopping them a little bit more, but I think I think they're pretty good. I think they can be balanced. Till we see her again, we have to take what we have as canon. Yes, but still take it with a grain of salt. Because when you see something, you can look at all of the semblances that we've seen thus far. See the power level that we have, see the extent that they can be used, and then when things are massive outliers, you have to question them. You can't just, oh, they exist, I'm just going to use that as the basis. No, we have to question them. We got to put in the work to balance, and speed semblance is planned to be attached to a flight-capable character. Oh, interesting. Huh. What are you doing? Meow. Yes, hi. Glinda's a massive outlier here. Oh, for sure. She's a major outlier in RWBY, for sure. But, with that being said, is there anything else you'd like me to touch on, Rail? Ow. What the hell was that? Is there anything else you'd like me to go over with the semblances? Any ideas you'd like me to touch on? Ugh. Ow. Living fighter chat. Serious, hello! Ugh. Got something in my eye and it's not going. It's not coming out. Ugh. Because if you're okay with it, sort of the Airwolf, that'd be closer. Airwolf? Wash out your eye? It's fine. I'll blink fast enough and it'll leave eventually. But I think doing okay? Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just got something in my eye briefly. It's fine. I'm not gonna go blind, I hope. You know, just wanted to run those ideas by you. Yeah, good ideas. Good ideas. The Aura Drill is definitely one of the more unique ones I've seen. So, I would like to see something like that in the anime or in RWBY, because that's always a fun ability. But with that being said, next up would be Lancer's Redeem. And Lancer redeemed on behalf of... Yeah, because it was Lancer, then Bloody, then Aniska crit. So Lancer redeemed on behalf of Ved. Okay. Go here. One thing I will point out, Ved, the document you submitted has 2 pages worth of writing on it. And only 1 page was redeemed. So, how would you like me to word that? Check the second doc? They're both the same. They both have 2 pages of text. Because if I go... Oh, okay. Well, Sirius got it. That works then. Sure. We'll go with that. Open this. Go here. Go here. Go here. Okay. I don't know what happened. It does happen. That's okay. We'll go here. Yeah, because there's the information here, and then it spills onto this second page here. So it does go onto 2 pages. I'm guessing maybe this wasn't as spaced out as it was. How much longer will stream go? Probably at most another hour. Because I have currently Lancer's character, or Ved's character to go over, which these 2 pages, then Bloody's, and then Aniska crit redeemed for Chaos, and that's currently where we're at. Because I'm missing about 30k. Is there a way to see what the feathers were spent on? I don't believe so. But I can check on my end. In the first series, Cats you redeemed 4. So that's 80,000 points. And then... Yeah, there were 4 redeems that I see on my end. Actually redeemed something for 200 earlier. That was probably highlight message. Because I see 4 OC redemptions on my end. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Because I have this for the activity feed. And there's just 1, 2, 3, and 4 from the beginning of stream. So I'm not sure. And pet the kitty. So I don't know where the channel points would have gone, at least during this stream. I'm not sure. Yeah, because I can't even, like, there's no way to delete anything on my end. Unless reporting it deletes it, I don't know. Yeah. That's weird, though, that someone missing. Missing about 30,000, though. That's a lot to be missing. I wonder if it's somehow double redeemed? But 30,000 is an odd number. Forgot to save it. Oh. Well, we got it here anyways. Is it going to... Will this document still contain all of the information that you wanted to go over? That... I do not have the ability to refund. I believe if I do like a channel poll, one way or the other, I might be able to redeem them. But I don't know if I reject. Okay, if I reject the redeem, and it will send the points back to the user. But when I've gone over everyone's OC, I confirm it as I go. So it should be okay. I don't know. Do you know the Vital Festival tournament, or is that a one-time thing? I don't know, Cardinal. Maybe at some point we'll see, but yeah. The only thing I pulled from the original document was the hair description, because I have art of her hair. Art of her. Ah, okay. I cannot confirm if I'll be doing another one. I don't know. It was a lot of work to do the first one, and to run it properly, I need to make sure that I'm in full control of it. So I don't know if I want to take on that again. But we'll see. For right now, though, Danuja Rekka, born April 9th, age 22, female, Faunus. Oh, dog Faunus! Faunus trait is not immediately apparent. Looks like she has a fire sword, though. 5'6", 135 pounds, hair color orange, brown, aura color is a reddish orange. B rank huntress. We haven't gotten ranks of huntsmen and huntresses in the RWBY universe. I would like to see what their ranks are. That would be interesting. Bodyguard to the heir of a large family. Okay. Weapon Burning Blossom. 42-inch katana. Blade color deep red and gradually becoming a dark orange at the edge. The tsuba is the shape of a lily flower in bloom. The handle's wrappings is black. The ray skin underneath a dark red. The scabbard is black near the tsuba, but goes from different shades of red, orange, and finally yellow inside of the scabbard. And inside of the scabbard is a piece of flint. When every time she quickly draws her sword, a shower of sparks rain in the arc of the swing. That is cool. So it's not a... okay, I'll read the semblance first because I just saw the ignition. By using her aura as fuel, it can make any existing spark burst into flames. Within 8 feet of her, she can change its direction or intensity of the flame after conversion. The more sparks there is, the easier it is to make a big fire. Smaller the sparks, the more aura she needs. Okay. Interesting. So she just ignites, well, like ignition, she ignites the sparks. I like that a lot. And the fact that her weapon is made to create a lot of sparks, that's cool. The girl has a fire sword. Not quite. You're checking the ins and outs of the systems? Ah, okay. Dog faunus. Made a wolf faunus. Yeah, canine faunus is neat anyway. Yeah. Danuja holds this air of grace and reserve when out in public. Less so when not. She hates dealing in any political forms. She has this uncanny knack to tell when people are lying to her, especially if they are racist. Yep. She's fairly good at reading the mood of the room, being able to quickly change it if the mood is bad by changing the focus to her, or how much she hates it or makes a fool out of herself. Huh. Interesting. Her real joy is on the battlefields. Whether it be humans, faunus, or grim, doesn't really matter. Smile never leaves her face as she faces her opponent. So she's a battle-happy character. Honor is very important to her. Facing someone with little to no regards to honor puts her in a sour mood, but usually the thrill of battle takes over that mood quickly. She does feel like she's disappointing her master every time she indulges in battle too much and not acting like a proper lady. Battle happy, you say? Doggy. Yes, well, interesting. Danuja was born to a small farming village outside of Mistral, but was abandoned by her parents. The family that took her in wasn't so kind either. They kept her in the barn, fed her scraps meant for the farm animals, and was beaten and bullied. Oh, no. Okay, grab your torches and pitchforks. We have some people we need to burn at the stake. She didn't even have a proper name. Danuja endured this for 7 years? Oh no! Day of her life changed. A man walked into town. It was clear that he was some sort of warrior or huntsman. Town did have a grim problem, so that's what Danuja thought. What it was actually here for was essentially debt collecting. The farm owed a great debt, and his master wanted a servant for his future heir. So the warrior was sent out to find a suitable candidate. He ordered every child between 6 and 13 to meet in the town square the next day. However, Danuja wasn't there. She was being beaten by her older sister by 4 years. Unfortunately, she didn't realize how long she was beating up Danuja until the warrior showed up and temporarily interrupted. The older sister stopped Danuja attacked. Grabbing something, smacked it across her sister's face. Got on top of her, started beating the life out of her. Deserved. She didn't know how long she was swinging, but the warrior stopped her before she killed her. Mother's not happy when she walked in. If it wasn't for the warrior, Danuja most likely would have been in an early grave. Ooh, God. As she was getting an earful, the warrior was staring into her eyes, straight into her soul. Through the bruised face, he saw fire in her eyes. Before the mother could continue, the warrior interrupted by picking Danuja up and walked out of the town. It took a week or so travel. It was here that she learned the name of the warrior, Takeshi Reka. But soon, Danuja was a very large estate owned by the Hashimoto family, owners of a large farming company, and has known dealings with the criminal underworld. The Reka family were their retainers. There, she was taught to be a lady, but also a warrior by her adopted father. Okay. She did have a dream to become a huntress. She was careful with wording. She managed to convince the head of a family, her master, and her future charge to attend the Huntsman Academies. She met her best friend, Surin Messalina, at Sanctum Academy and became the leader of Team Darkness at Haven? Damn. Rebirth by Miracle of Sound. No clue what the song is, but I'm sure it's fitting. Damn, though. That sucks. She was abandoned as a child and then taken in by a family that just used her as a punching bag, essentially. After her training as a huntsman, or a huntress, she might have gone back to pay them a visit. You all treat her like crap. I'll take this one. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This is what Rhodes should have done for Cinder. This is the proper way. Oh, you're being beaten and abused. You have a shitty life. I'm just going to take you away from it. Not, I'm just going to teach the abused and oppressed how to fight and expect them not to use it to defend themselves. This is how it's supposed to be done. Can we use a certain area that definitely doesn't have certain individuals for artillery target practice? I do not know which area or what artillery you are referring to, but yes, I approve. Time to kill those for hurt? Yep, burn them at the stake. It will not be slow. Woof. She doesn't see any value in going back to her old family. But it'd be satisfying. It'd be satisfying. But that's fair. I wouldn't really want to go back either. Because she's away from there. She has nothing to do with them anymore. But if she does go to... I met her friends at Sanctum Academy. So she ended up attending Haven Academy, most likely. If she participated in the Vital Festival tournament, her family might see her on the big screen, though, and that could potentially lead to someone tracking her down. I'm an equally battle-happy character on the battlefield. I mean, they'd probably have a grand old time, honestly. They'd probably get along swimmingly. One of them might end up in the grave, but... rip their heads and stick them on spears? Damn, that's metal. Creative landscape for the area they live in. But yeah, that's dark backstory. We don't... it seems like it might be possible. Because we know that there are people who essentially keep unwanted children as slaves, unfortunately, and treat them very poorly. So, yeah. Yeah, I want to put her family, their initial adoptive family that treated her like crap, into the ground. But other than that, I love the semblance idea and how it works with the blade that you created, though. I do really enjoy that. That's very well designed. I love that semblance idea, along with the weapon. This can still use the cannon. Yes, indeed. After the spears. No, what the heck? So, there are 200 ways to kill those bad people, and we will use every single one of them. But yeah, is there anything else that you'd like me to comment on? Anything else that you'd like to ask? Because semblance, weapon, seems well balanced, well crafted. The mask is a nice touch too. It's very samurai-esque. But she only wants to make her father proud, not to waste a pick up from the farm. Nice. Nice. I do hope, at the very least, even if she doesn't want to go back, that when she, what was it? Grabbing something, she smacked it across her sister's face. I'm hoping that it left a scar across her sister's face. Just left a permanent scar that she'll carry with her the rest of her life. And just the writer in me thinking, if that was the case, and then she saw Danusia in the Vital Festival tournament, that would infuriate her and then lead the sister to try to track her down to get revenge or what have you, and then she can cut her down. But I'll stop at just the scar. Just break her face entirely. Rip a limb off. I think she's supposed to be like an 8 to 10-year-old kid at that point. I don't think she's going to be capable of ripping limbs off. Just saying. You turn Team Seraph's story into an animation? If I was able to, yes. Yes, absolutely. I would love to. But I do not have the capabilities, nor do I have the money to fund such a project. And for a project to be made, I would like to be able to support it monetarily and support people for their work, and also then be able to pay to have the rights to it, as well as some creative control over it as well. But yeah, is there anything else that you'd like me to touch on? Because I think everything seems pretty good, and yeah, if not, then we can move on to the next on the list, which would be Bloody Rosalia. Another toxic streamer incoming. Just really wanted your opinion on her. Yeah, great character, great design. Phoenix, don't sigh. Hyperventilating better? Talking to Violet right now? Oh, okay. Do you want me... two characters to show, but only the points for one, because Violet did redeem one so far. So are you planning on, or thinking of donating? Make her a slot? To pay back later? Yeah, sure. That works. If you want to. Sure. Next time I post our partner, all 4 pages. Sure. Forgot where to post the info. I hope I ping the right person. Apparently got PTSD from your toxic stream. Consider art of OC. Oh, commissioned art. Let's see. So, let's see. Okay. So, it was an art trade, actually. Oh, cool. Okay. Need to find the animation. Oh, we've got animations, do we? Well then. That is going to be a rare treat. Let's see. Okay. Go there. Cover the title out as complex. If you have the time, can I show you? Might be... Sure, you should be able to post it, I think, in stream discussion or something. That should work. Yeah, Violet has animations? Okay. Okay, it's 3.5. Okay. Four pages of OC Redeem. It takes a lot to build up to, but, you know, we'll get there eventually, for sure. Enough kind of animation of characters, unbelievable dream at this point. Animations in the chat. Let's see. Oh, the attack animations. Ooh, I like it. I think I have to download it, open it. Okay. So, I'll go over the character page first, then we'll show the animation after. Sound good? Okay. I was pleased to see Violet animation. Same. Same. It takes dedication and talent to animate, for sure. All right. Is her name Hemera or Hemera? Which pronunciation? Or are both wrong? Because that could easily be the case too. Personality serious, focused and caring. Strength is duty, flaw is self-doubt. I see. Semblance is lightning draw. Her semblance revolves around her reflexes. Passively, her semblance allows her to react slightly faster to incoming attacks. When it's active, she can react 10 times faster than a normal human, allowing her to dodge, deflect, and counterattack. Damn. Lightning Flash, indeed. Yeah, Daybreaker is a strong name. So, as well as Night Piercer for the weapon. It's also a very golden weapon to be called Night Piercer, but however, doing this is very taxing, both her aura and body. Yeah, mind acceleration definitely, and reflex acceleration is just a lot. It's taxing. You can only activate her semblance 36 times on average with her total aura. Once you reach her limit, her aura shield breaks, and she may suffer from muscle injuries depending on the last move before her aura drops. Yep, put her out of actions for a few days. Yeah, torn muscles and everything. Yep, that's rough. But it makes sense with the semblance. And I'm sure there's going to be points in the story where she's forced to use that semblance and push herself past her limits. I'm sure. Night Piercer, a large lance made from many separate plates, can unfold into an umbrella to protect or deflect attacks. Ooh. When not in use or when Hemera needs a ranged attack, she can fold her lance to expose dust crystals at the center of her weapon, creating dust slashes. Okay, because these fold back over top of the other ones and creates kind of like a dust cannon-ish? Imagine her being like a glass cannon? Yeah, that makes sense. Can deal heavy damage, but first name. Hemera. Got it. Hemera was born in Atlas. Her parents served in the military, and her mother was a battle medic. Okay. When they retired, they moved to a smaller town where Hemera's aunt resides. Smaller town in Atlas? Question mark? Or smaller town in different kingdom? Hemera grew up protecting the town, often targeted by Grimm and bandits. Her experience both battle and the medical fields from her mother helped her enter a small combat academy where she was made leader of Team Honey. Small town is in different kingdom. Okay. She was born in Atlas, moved to a different town. That'd be small. But, like, Kingdom of Atlas. Because small towns, although we saw them, quote-unquote, in the RWBY Arrowfell video game, in the snowy continent, moved to Mistral area. Okay. Makes sense. Because small towns, like, existing within Atlas just does not make sense. Mining facilities, sure, but there's no way people lived out there for extended periods permanently. But that's a different topic entirely. One day, despite being in training, she and her team were sent to rescue miners that were being attacked by both bandits and Grimm. During that mission, Hemera was the only one to come out of the cave with minor injuries. The one team member that was with her came out with serious injuries. Ooh, the other member didn't make it out alive. Oh no! So 3 members went in. What happened to the 4th member? The one team member that was with her came out with serious injuries. The other members. Okay, 2 of them died. Yikes. Yeah. Ooh, from the loss, Hemera chose not to be the leader of a new team she was assigned. Team Knight. Okay. Oof. Initially, Hemera, on occasion, takes the commanding role, causing her to butt heads with Nyx every now and again. Later in training, Nick starts to have poor sleep due to his sister going missing, and Hemmer has to step up to lead the team temporarily. Damn, that's heavy. Yeah, flaw is self-doubt. Self-doubt is definitely a character flaw. But understandably so. Understandably so. Oof. I don't have to get yeeted to shelf. Why? Oof. Oof. That's rough. But the artwork is amazing. Bloody did a great job. And we also have the battle animations. And it looks like from the battle animations that there's different types of dust that are infused in the weapons. Because looks like there's multiple forms of dust. Water dust, ice dust, and I can also see fire dust underneath when she flips around, as well as in the image that Bloody drew. So she got some extensive dust, which makes sense with her connections to Atlas. Which, dang. She's going to be able to hit hard, but with her semblance, yeah, she may not be able to hit hard for long. Dang. Great character. Great character, good weapon, excellent weapon. Good semblance, yeah. Everything seems pretty well balanced. And losing the two of the members of her team, the one that came out with serious injuries will be shown at a later time. I am curious to see if they hold a grudge against her, if they blame her, if they chose to continue being a huntsman or huntress, if they dropped out, if they are going to come after her as an enemy to get revenge for the fallen comrades. There's a number of different ways that story could unfold, but yeah, I look forward to seeing what you do with that. It's the next character. Oh, looks like I won't have to wait long then. Okay. Oh, the favorite flavor of drama. I see. It's a picture clip of how she fights, but there are other animations made with her actually fighting. The second animation that you posted, I'm guessing, is the weapon of your second character? Yes. Okay. Oh. Oh, interesting. This... Just finished proofreading. Sorry for typos. I tried. Huh? Sorry for typos. Of what? This? Huh? I didn't notice any typos. Maybe I'm just blind. Or maybe I just don't know English. That's also a possibility. Let's see here. So we'll move on to here. Go here, go here. Open this. Oh, meow. You're fine, buddy. You're fine. Oh, meow. Woe is meow. Woe is meow. Let's see here. Open here. Okay. And then I'll get this. And have that there for now. Okay. Edited Hemorrhage 2. Fixing the SOC's document. Ah, okay. Haven't had time to animate her attacking. All good. All good. Just did some cool poses. Yes. The cat's meowing saying, notice me. Mm-hmm. To pet the kitty? I will pet the kitty. I will pet the kitty. No, yeet the kitty? No. Yeet the kitties. Alright. So. Let's see what the second OC has in store. Based on the pictures, there's going to be some interesting things about her for sure. Nikki Marmalade. Semblance is depth distortion. Area effect type semblance that affects people, animals, and Grimm's depth perception. Ah, so like a lazy eye. I'm not speaking from experience. The intensity can vary depending on how close the target is to her. She can control the intensity, but cannot control who is affected by her semblance. Hair glows when in use, and will glow brighter when she increases the distortion's effects or area of effect. Yeah, the spider legs. God, the legs. Chat is Kitty's best interest heart, but according to Hollow... Say most of the chat, yeah. No name yet. A sword that can extend into a spear. Spearhead can detach. This can act like a whip when needed. The other end has a railgun. Look at the animation for a better idea. Yeah. Interesting. Damn. Strong weapon. And then the spider legs aren't actually her weapon. It dies in typo L. It's okay. It happens. Do you know how many... When I'm... Because Seraph's story, I write and put on a teleprompter. When I put it on the teleprompter and I'm reading it out, oh my god, the amount of typos that I see. Holy crap. It happens to everybody. It's started sooner than I thought. I mentioned that it started at noon. You guys ever watch? Yeah, it'll be posted. It'll be posted on the YouTubes. Originally part of Hemmer's team, Team Honey. Team Honey worked hard to protect the town and was allowed to take on tougher missions with licensed huntsmen due to their experiences. I'm guessing the serious injury injured her legs, unfortunately. A simultaneous Grimm and Bandit attack, Team Honey was sent to search and rescue miners. Despite the successful evacuation of the miners, Team Honey only had 2 survivors, with Nikki taking severe damage to her spine and legs from mine shaft collapse. Since that day, Nikki has been under intensive care. While the damage she sustained was severe, the initial rescue team was able to help boost her aura enough to help her heal from the lethal damage and save her spinal cord from being permanently damaged. Currently, she's considered excused from huntsman classes, but is still capable of getting around on her wheelchair that was provided by the school. Due to talks between the school and Atlas, Nikki was able to get a hold of an experimental prototype that the Atlas military had been working on. This prototype would allow her to continue to fight from time to time, though it does take a lot of time to master and takes a toll on her body and aura if she's not careful. Which I'm guessing is the spider legs. Now... It's definitely Atlas tech that we haven't seen to exist yet, but could easily be possible given what we've seen of the prosthetic limb technology that they have. It's a back brace too. Yeah, makes sense. Show the Bloody pic because it's beautiful. Oh yeah, Bloody's artwork is incredible. Both of your artworks are incredible. All of the artwork we've seen is great. There is the Pietro chair. This is true. This is true. Seraph Bloofer's compilation? No. No, I don't want to go through and search through all that footage. It's not really a blooper. It's more like I'm reading the teleprompter as I'm speaking, and then I get to the typo and I just stop speaking, and I'm like, okay, well, I have to go back and re-say this all again. It was designed with movement and battle in mind. Yeah, makes sense. It would still, as you mentioned in here, it would be difficult to control all of those legs and trying to move fast while in battle. So she definitely would be hindered compared to her previous capabilities as a huntress. But it would absolutely allow her to move around again. Yeah. The struggle to draw her spider rig, gotta say. This was a speed draw. Really? Was able to model off of this? Oh, she was able to model off of this. Ooh, cool. And schematics for the weapon design as well. That was animated. But yeah. 4 hours? That only took 4 hours? How did that only take 4 hours? That's insane. Huh? Phoenix one day? Unleash the speed draw character catalog? Oh my god. How? I can't. That's crazy. The talent. Holy crap. That's insane. Good job, Bloody. Good job, Violet. Holy. Comes to basic designs for the outfit. I had no idea how to outfit the spider legs, so left out the Bloody for that part. Oh. So you had no basis for it, and you're just like, yeah, let's just get this all done. Wow. That's impressive. Those prosthetics are fairly advanced and rarely available. Faunus and Mantle could get them. Regular prosthetics, yes. Advanced prosthetics like this, like as you mentioned, we've seen Pietro's chair, so it's definitely possible. And since she is from Atlas and has connections to Atlas, it would make sense that she has them. Now, whether, like, specifically they'd be given experimental prototypes, that's debatable, but speed draws are other people's OCs. They usually don't know what they want, so it's a slight frustration. But Violet was prepared. That's good. It's always good when you come prepared to an artist. It's like, when I was first commissioning an OC, I didn't exactly know what I wanted. But then after you go through the commission process the first time, hopefully, at least, the people who are good at commissioning, or like are good people to work with, will come more prepared for the next time with reference images like, okay, I'm looking for something similar to this, but more shaped like this, and maybe something like this, and yeah. Clever, something like that. Yeah, so another frustration, people coming in with nothing but one idea. Yeah. I'll admit, I started off that way when I first commissioned, but I believe I've gotten better. I hope. Bloody can attest whether I have or haven't. Smash Bloody crossover best match. But yeah, the depth distortion is an interesting semblance. The weapon name is going to be strong. Railguns are just strong. Very thin shaft for the railgun, but they can turn into a whip as well. Is interesting. But anything that I can comment on? Anything you'd like to go over? You're very prepared. Thank you. Okay, because it's I don't know how much you want me to say, because obviously for the Seraph images I was prepared because they all had previous designs. Oh, I guess the other ones did too. I came with already like reference images for characters. So no names, ideas, orange creamsicle. Yes. Yep. Yeah, and I had already worked with Hoshi for a lot of their initial designs as well, so there was the strong basis to work off of. Okay. Hoshi was the one who had to suffer through a lot of my. I'm just like, I kind of want this because I remember. Oh God, this will be a story for later times, but I had to. Let's just say, for some of the well, I'll just say for some of Team Nebula, the designs that I was just like, okay, I'm thinking of this. I have no idea how to describe it. I had to just draw out some crappy drawing of it that somehow Hoshi was able to understand, and yeah. I want to hear this story one day. It was, oh God. Yeah, soon enough, once the characters introduce. There was the bane of the artist's life. Okay. Well, with that being said, is there anything else that I can help with? Anything else that I can comment on, or you'd like me to go over, or questions that you have? Oh, you got the network on your computer, Cats. That's good. Nika does not hold a grudge to Chimera. Ah. Because she plans to kick her butt in battle. Oh. Name the weapon. Name ideas. What's her inspiration? Is there a fairy tale or something that, like, inspired the OC? A tangerine tango? No, I don't want to go there. I'm gonna see with feathers. It won't be fun if I end up commissioning art for them. Yeah. Little Miss Muffet, I guess, even though I know there's already a Miss Muffet in the show. You can have the same inspirations for multiple characters. I'm not familiar with Little Miss Muffet. She was mostly made because of Chimera's backstory. We're trying to protect the town. I'm allowed to take on. I'm not the greatest at coming up with weapon names because, like, you know, the weapon names that I've come up with so far are just, like, directly from the myths that my characters are based on. There's like an orange blossom as a symbol. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, like, orange weapon names right now. Is RWBY still open for posting? There is one more person who's submitted. Niska Crit submitted for Chaos. I think Chaos is going to be the last one. Citrus Lance. I think Citrus might be a good start for a name. Orange Obliterator. But because I kind of want to go eat soon. So I think Chaos can be the last one. And then the next one. 8 Alpha Grims, then stream ends. Yeah. Radiant Topaz. Yeah, coming up with names is not something I'm good at the spot. Like, on the spot. Because I keep going through names like, okay, Citrus, Savior, Spear. It's Railgun. Like, no, Citrus Peace doesn't really... Mandarin, but the Toxic Streamer TM has it. Because it's a whip, spear, and railgun. Sacrifice, sacrificial. Maybe she names the weapon after Honey for the teammates. Well, the weapon, I'm guessing, was forged before the team went into the... Because I'm guessing she had this weapon with her when the team went into the mines. It's the legs that came afterwards, right? So it'd have to be something that fits her personality that she would come up with before. Now, she could rename the weapon afterwards in memory of her team, but... Yeah... Radiant Topaz or something similar, since it sounds like something she'd go with, but she'd be overly confident in her abilities. Oh, she's overly confident with her abilities. Oh. Because like calling the weapon something like brilliant, something savior, something. Well, no, shining doesn't really work. So morning bite. Radiant Radicans. It's orange trumpet vine. Maybe? Like, it doesn't have to be named orange, but she does have orange themes about her. Yeah, I don't know. Slice of sun? Sun's Radiance? Maybe? Sun's Radiance, not a bad name, I think. We think about the drink Sunny D. Wish we could submit for sees the stream. Sorry, everything enthusiast. Mickey Marmalade. There's always other OC streams though. There'll be other ones. Think of orange sodas. Yeah, like Orange Crush. Yeah, just name the weapon Orange Crush. There you go. If it's a whip, maybe something like Sting could be incorporated. Stinging Radiance, Radiant Sting, I don't know. Twilight's Victory, maybe. I think it's technically Nike for the goddess. I'm not familiar with the Goddess, unfortunately. Like, that's the thing. Whenever I come up with names, I always, whether it's names of characters, names of weapons, etc., I'm delving into, like, the myth, the character inspirations. Like, weapon names in particular, I've always just delved into the character allusions to name them. So, like, naming them off rip without being the one to develop their backstories and come up with their inspirations, it's hard. Nike, the Goddess of Victory. Well, my mind immediately jumped to Victory Arrow, but it's not a bow weapon, so... Victory's a reprise. This character named after Greek gods for now. Yeah, I'm drawing a blank, unfortunately. Like, names are not something that I come up with on the fly. This is a 6-hour stream or more. I initially intended it to only be 5 hours. Have to leave it for another day? Yeah. Got some ideas, names? Yeah, it's tough. Coming up with names has been a month-long process for me. Like, I just, off rip, it's just difficult to come up with. But I hope I was able to help a little bit. Hope people in chat were able to give you some ideas. But thank you for sharing your characters. I appreciate it. 'Twas good to go over them for sure, and excellent artwork and animations to go along with them. Exit there. Go here. Go here. No mercy after this, right? Yeah. It's going to be Chaos's submission, and Chaos is submitting Grim instead. Okay. Your thought process for making these Grim are the Grim types, or if the Grim types were alive from when the first humanity died to modern era in the show, and how they would adapt to change for the killing living for so long. Ew. Alpha has to gain the ability that the regular Grim could have. Okay. Alpha Grim has to have a distinctive visual feature to make it stand out from its regulars. Yeah. If the regular Grim is in multiple kingdoms, different Alpha Grims can be possible based on their environment. Okay, that would make sense. Okay. Has ideas now. Okay. Yeah, well, 8 Alpha Grim, yeah. But there was multiple Alpha Grim. Last rule used for one of your OC Grim. Okay. Well, we have seen, you know, Grim and Atlas, same types of Grim, but be different. Granted, they're just slightly covered in ice more than anything. But still. Let's see. Made for alternate universe, try to make it work in RWBY canon. So Alpha Beowulf, which we have seen in the RWBY series. I believe it was one of the ones, it was the one that Ironwood fought, but that one probably hadn't been alive since the first era of humanity. Taller, more muscular version of the Beowulf that has enhanced strength and senses. Unique visual feature for the Kingdom Mauler is a set of dreadlock tendrils that come off its head. End and bone tips, as well as sharp bone covering its fingers, toes, and mouth. It can extend and retract its sharp bones to increase its lethality. I feel like I've seen a creature like that in, like, I don't know if it was the Predator movies. I swear I've seen a creature like that before. Buff Pup, we get Buff Grim. Well, I think Buff Pup is quite a bit different than an Alpha Grim. Quite a bit different and quite a bit more horny. But, you know, outside of that, you're watching too many streamers, too many VTubers. The Alpha Berengal. Spikeback is taller and more muscular version of the regular Berengal, with large arms to enhance their strengths. Do you want to know if dinosaur faunus are a thing? Not that we have seen, no. Mythical, extinct, and like those types of faunus we have not seen in the show. Just regular animals that existed at the time when the first humanity was dusted. Because the going theory onto how the faunus came into existence is that, well, the magic of that was left within first humanity, the primordial ooze mixed with some of the animals that were there, and that gave rise to the faunus. That's the most logical conclusion to come to. Which open on a daily basis, yes. A unique visual feature of the Spikeback is its thick, spiny bone plates along its arms, as well as extra bone plating on its chest, which helps create ear-bursting shockwaves. Spikeback can also produce the same ear-bursting shockwaves as a howl, however it takes some time to do it. Yep, that makes sense for the Alpha Berengal. The tendrils off of the Alpha Beowulf, we already have a Grim, like the Seer Grim and the Tempest Grim? Was that what they were called? The other, like, floating octopi-looking thing that were attacking ships in the sky over Atlas. They have, like, those spiky bone tendrils already. Granted, there could be crossover, but I don't know that it necessarily needs that. Just a bigger, bonier, more lethal and stronger Beowulf. Also, an Alpha Beowulf might be able to command a pack of smaller Beowulfs, too. More of Dreadlock's visual? Yeah, kind of like Predator. That's why yeah. Since birds are dinos, then bird faunus is dinos. Birds are descendants of dinosaurs and the closest related thing to dinosaurs. They are not in and of themselves dinosaurs. I don't think there were chimkins running around with Tyrannosaurus Rex. just gonna put that out there. First generation humanity, can make first gen humanity OCs. I'm gonna be a wizard. You could. You could. Alpha Borbotusk, a swine dozer. A large version of the regular Borbotusk has enhanced strength, but also has a slower walking speed than regular Borbotusk due to the extra spines and armor over its body. Unique feature of the swine dozer is its spiky toral tail that can wrap itself and rolling around. Swine dozer has better control when it's rolling and can perform the move for longer periods of time, and is more lethal because spikes. Yep, I'd say that one. The Berengal and Borbotusk makes sense, or the Spikeback and Swine Dozer. The Cane Mauler, just the Dreadlocks, I definitely can see it being possible, but I don't know that that's the way the evolution would take it, because I think it would just be the stronger part of it, because, like, the more they're alive, like, they don't actively get to choose which traits get enhanced. It's just naturally over, like, evolution, they grow to fit their environments. So it would make sense that they'd be like more bone plating for defense and attack. The Dreadlocks, maybe not. Alpha Creep, the Hammer Crawler. Hammer Crawler is a larger version of regular creeps that has an additional set of legs to increase speed. They're more than bipedal now. In addition to increasing its jumping range. Hammer crawlers have a spiky shell on its back with a slot that allows its head to connect to it. Have a spiky shell on its back with a slot to allow its head to connect to it? So it's like a hammer, battering ram-like move? So its head would be careened backwards then. I don't know how that works. Swine Dozer, I love it. Yeah, Swine Dozer is a good name. Another feature of the Hammer Crawler is its extra spicy plating along its tail and body, which ends in a long hammerhead which can be swung around for attacks. Yeah, that makes sense. The slot on its back, or the slot in its head to allow it to connect to a spine on its back, I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I'll give you that. I don't know how evolution would evolve to fit that specifically. But yeah. Alpha Geist, or the Gespenst. I will mention we did see an Alpha Geist. That was what was fought in episode 3 of Volume 7 by the Aesops in the mines. That was an Alpha Geist, because it had a lot more bony spines and was a much larger version of a Geist. Taller version of the regular Geist has horns shaped like a crown to distinguish it, as well as various pointed bones protruding out of its solid sections. Geistpen has extra ability to naturally call other nearby Grimm to it. Geispens are typically found in deep abandoned mine shafts or cave systems. Yep, that fits. Whose environments aren't common knowledge due to huntsmen and huntresses. When it's threatened, it will form the nearby Grimm into a Gigas form from the other Grimm matter into a Grimm Gigas. It can look different depending on how much Grimm matter they have, but constant is the Alpha Geist mark and horn crown. Gigas can form additional limbs after the Gigas are formed. If the Grimm Gigas is destroyed, the Gespens can survive, form more environment-based Gigases. Yeah. So typical Geist fashion can leave from one object, jump into another, but the fact that it can parasitize other Grimm and combine them together is really cool. I like that a lot. And it would also look very different depending on what Grimm are incorporated into it, because it would naturally gain those abilities. Like, for example, if the Gespenst got a hold of a Knuckle-Lavi, for example, or just the Imp Grimm, it could have the stretchy limbs, as well as, like, the bone plating of Berengal or things like that. Yeah, that's... Damn, I like that. Razorwing? Yeah, from Aravel. A Harp Witch. It's a taller, streamlined version of the regular Razorwing that has more human figure, so it's a harpy. Yeah, Harp Witch. Yeah, figures. Larger wings as well as white feathers going from its chest to the new tail, which resemble a long flowing dress. Feathers can absorb fire, electric, and wind and combustion dust energy and store it, which causes the feather to take on the dust's color. The razor wings can launch individual feathers like projectiles, use startup energy to launch itself into the air to fly. That one sounds cool. Might be a stretch for it being able to absorb dust. That one I don't know about. For Cain and RWBY, we definitely can't say for sure because we haven't seen a Grimm be able to absorb dust. We've seen them be able to, shoot flamethrowers and everything, and the Geist Grimm, the Alpha Geist, was able to, assimilate itself into rocks that contained dust, but it in and of itself wasn't able to just absorb the dust. More energy from the dust explosions, but we haven't seen a Grimm be able to do that is the main thing. I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't know. It might be, but we just haven't seen it. The idea that it can, though, is that would make it an absolute terror. Alpha Sabers, the Winter Maw. So this is going to be the... Oh, right, they're only found in Atlas thus far. Winter Maw is a bigger version of the regular sabers that has 3 tails with needle tips at the end, similar to the Alpha Beowulfs, as well as more ice and bone armor. Alpha Sabers have freezing cold liquid in its 3 tails, as well as its fangs, which can use to freeze their prey. That's cool. That I could see definitely possible with the Ice Grimm. Luckily, due to the Winter Maw's size, it's less agile than its regular version, but still more agile than other Grimm types. Yup. Whereas, the Sphinx can breathe fire as well as the Leviathan. This one freezes. Interesting. Alpha Ursa. Boil Stalker. Boil, huh? It's a larger version of regular Ursa that has increased strength as well as extra spikes all over its body and arms. It also has large bumps of grim matter over its body that grow in response to physical forces that attack the Grim. Can rip off and throw those bumps, which can explode with the built-up force? Now, I know Alpha Grim have learned from their long lives, have grown, and are more intelligent than their smaller counterparts. But I don't think Ursa or Ursai are really that dexterous in the form of, I'm going to grab something and throw it at someone, rather than I'm going to charge them and maul them to death. Took inspiration from how Fox killed the Ursa in the show? Yeah. But it exploded more because he essentially force-palmed it with aura, and then it exploded there and the spikes went everywhere. I don't think that Ursai have the ability in and of themselves to just go boom on their own. I think that was specifically because of Fox doing that, not the Ursa itself. Exploding kitten when the bird is in danger? Don't explode the cat. No. You don't want to blow up, do you, buddy? No. No, he does not. He wants to stay safe and fluffy. But, yeah. You have some really interesting ideas with all the Grim. Rather than just being like, a bigger, scarier version of the initial Grim, which likely is going to be the case for most of them, unfortunately. You did take the liberty to try to give them some extra little abilities here and there, which I really like. Like the spiky tail on the Swine Dozer is fantastic. And again, Swine Dozer, fantastic name. Hammer Crawler, having it lean more into like being able to hit harder with a hammerhead face, giving it the extra legs. The head connecting to the slot on its back is interesting. I'm not entirely sure about that one. As well as the dust absorption capabilities or the energy absorption capabilities of the Alpha Razorwing. But excellent ideas. For sure. Most of them are just, I could see that being the alpha version of the Grim. It's just, some of them, we don't know if the Grim have those capabilities. Is the unfortunate thing. Maybe there's a can pop the bubble if it gets hit 3 times in the same place. Well, it doesn't need to get hit 3 times in the same place. It could just, like Ursai, at least from what we've seen from smaller Ursai that Nora was riding in the Beacon Initiation, to the larger Ursa, which likely was an older specimen that Jean fought later in the same volume, they seem to just have more spikes on their back and become just a bigger, tougher, more vicious bear. And unfortunately, I think that's what a lot of the Grim will evolve to be, rather than gaining special abilities. Even though it's cool to think of what it could be otherwise, likely Grim are mostly primal in the way that they operate. Think like a turtle retracting their head with the Alpha Creep? Okay. But when it comes to the creep, it's just connecting it, like... Carl have a spiky shell on its back with a slot that allows its head to connect to it. It's the connect to it part that I guess I'm stuck on, because it feels like it's like locking it in place to try to then slam it forward. But it's just... So what you're saying is it's just... There's an opening so it can pull its head back to attack. That's what you're saying? Because that would make sense. But... Yeah, if it actually like connects to it or interlocks in some way, then that might... Yeah. Changing it to sloppy better? Maybe. I think it's just the wording that I'm getting hung up on with it. because it's not actually like clicking in place and like locking there for a moment to build up force to slam forward, is it? Goliath would certainly be interesting. Cast us up for other kingdoms. Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems like a lot of this is for Atlas, but then again, we haven't seen Ursize in Atlas, so we'll see. Is there a spike along the spine? Spiny shell on its back for the Alpha Creep. Yeah, these are definitely some great ideas. They're really good ideas. It's just some of them we don't know if Grim have the capabilities of absorbing dust, or if they can have explosive Grim liquid as parts of their bodies that they can throw off. Like, I don't know. But they feel they're too OP. Makes sense. For now, though, I think I'm gonna end stream here. Sure, Arcana, what's up? Is there anything, though, that you'd like me to mention or talk about in a little bit further detail, Chaos? Anything you'd like me to touch on? But yeah, if you want to ask a question quickly, Arcana, then sure. Just wondering your thoughts on them? Okay. Yeah, great ideas for some interesting Grim, for sure. Now, the real question is, the large Grim that we've seen, like the Sea Fey Long and the Leviathan, the Wyvern, they're already like older ancient Grim because of their size. But the Sea Fey Long's kind of, it's a large Grim, don't get me wrong, but it's not like as big as the Wyvern, I don't think. Could there be an alpha version of them? But anywho, I will switch to here, close that. Do you think hard light can be used as a bowstring? Road to stupid ever for RWBY? Huh? Even not ever? No. Hard light could absolutely be used as a bowstring. Yeah. 100% it could. Let's see why it couldn't. Yeah. Wouldn't last very long? I think it would. We've seen the unfortunate thing is, once dust is made into a weapon, as far as we've seen in the RWBY series, unfortunately it just seems to be permanent. It doesn't seem to ever run out. Case in point, Jean still had gravity dust and hard light dust in his shield after he was in the Ever After for like 2+ decades. Dust was still working in that man's shield. So yeah, a hard light dust bowstring absolutely could work, and it probably would last. The string is coated, but not actually hard light. Should be okay. We don't know the full properties of hard light. Considering hard light has had the uses for like being in rail systems, for being defensive capabilities, for being platforms and everything, it does seem pretty rigid. But then again, Velvet's weapons were all made of hard light. And she was able to make Penny's strings. Then they were able to stretch and extend. Again, that's volume 3, so it might not be, but I think a bowstring could be made from hard light. I think it's soft light dust exists. It seems like it, at least. It seems like hard light dust is malleable to whatever purpose you decide it to be, and it might have something to do with how it's activated. The technology that activates it, whatever energy is used to turn on the hard light dust. Because there's so much we just don't know about hard light dust. Watts, for example, had hard light dust in his rings that were able to project platforms out in front of him. It wasn't like the rings, like, there's a lot we just don't know about hard light dust. Blake and the ribbon on her weapon. Well, the ribbon on her weapon's not hard light dust, but yeah. There's the ribbon on Blake's weapon is this rule of cool stuff. Granted, it's also reinforced with her aura because she's using it as a conduit, but that's other things. But yeah. Can make a bow work better if the string can write out disappear? Yeah. Would that be too fragile and would break? I don't think it would break. Because Velvet was able to create the blades with the hard light dust and be like swinging them around. So I think drawing a single arrow back would be fine. Granted, it might be more fragile than a regular bowstring. And yeah, it might break after like 5 uses or something, but then you can just recreate it with hard light dust. Or perhaps you'll want a bow that every time you draw it back, it creates a new hard light dust bowstring. Just from the hard light dust crystals that are in the 2 ends of the bow, it creates a new one every time you draw it back. Or something. Like there's a trigger in the actual handle of the bow so that when you draw it back, it creates the bowstring from there. Yeah, something like that. Because there'll be ways to do that. Because if you do want to take the route that the hard light dust is more brittle, then you'd want to create a new one with every single one. Reward the Alpha Creep. Next on stream, show off the OP Alpha Grim ideas. Yeah, I look forward to it, Chaos. I look forward to it. In the meantime, though, I can feel my stomach grumbling. This was a great stream. I had a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone who showcased their OCs. They were excellent. You all have some fantastic ideas, and I hope all of your stories turn out fantastic. Hopefully, I was able to give some decent advice. Thank you all for letting me showcase your OCs on this stream. I really appreciate it, and I hope you continue with your creativity, because you all do really have some great, excellent ideas. Kisses for the sweet Ember. Yeah, your little kitty. When chemistry stream? Eventually. I know. It's a long time. But yeah, gave great advice. I'm glad. I'm glad this 6 years of RWBY knowledge that I've acquired is then delving deep into it it makes some sense in some regards, at least. But yeah, thank you all for joining in. I will have to rewatch and see what I missed to help yourself. Yeah. Let's go get food. I shall. But yeah, thank you all for joining in. We'll be back on Tuesday, where we'll start the Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn Iron Man run, which should be fun. Could also be really quick, and then we'll have to go into Season 2, where I'll try again, because I feel like the early game might just destroy me. But that'll be for Tuesday. We'll find out then. And so in the meantime, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend and the start to your week. If I don't see you Tuesday, I hope you enjoy the rest of your week as well. With that being said, though, thank you all for joining in. Thank you again for submitting your characters. I'll see you next time and hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Bye, everyone.